Works, please, if you can announce who are in the halls this morning.
Currently present in the session hall are Senator Rector, Senator Barnes, Senator Special, Alashis, and yourself. There is no quorum, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. We ask if Sergeant at Arms can please call the members in. Thank you very much. It's 9:03 this morning. The legislature is called into session. Senator Respicio, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone. When we first recessed on Friday on the matter of Bill 236-30, sponsored by Senator Rector, the issue of fiscal notes came up. And there was an amendment that was being proposed that would require that in order for this bill to be implemented, it must first have a fiscal note. And as you know, there's an existing law that requires a fiscal note for all bills that are before the legislature. And having been refreshed of that statutory requirement, we then decided to suspend discussion and to recess until we can take some time to communicate with BBMR Director Bertha Duenas, who was very pleasantly surprised and pleased actually that the legislature is wanting to follow a provision of law that she said has been widely ignored over the years. And so, you know, we learn of these things that are required and we make adjustments as we go along, and we want to uphold every aspect of the law. So having said that, we wrote a memo to BBMR Director via email. She received it via email over the weekend, but she's also going to have her staff prepare as many fiscal notes as possible for those bills that are in third reading. And for those bills that are a little bit more comprehensive, Madam Speaker, she said that she'll grant a waiver pursuant to law. So we should expect to comply with this statutory requirement. So having advised the body of what's to come, I then move that we suspend discussion on Bill 236, and I then make a notwithstanding motion to revert back to motions,
Okay,
notwithstanding the House rules.
We'll take one at a time right now. So the motion
Yeah,
then to
motion to suspend discussion. Yeah.
Okay, Bill 236 without any objections, so ordered. And your other motion is to,
Madam Speaker, I move then a new motion. I move to place the appointment of Mr. Joseph D. Torres from my committee, Penal Natural Resources, on the consent calendar on his appointment to confirm as the Director, Department of Agriculture. We had a public hearing. A committee report's been circulated. He had 100% yes to confirm, and so the committee wishes to move in that direction. So I move to place him on the consent calendar.
on that motion without any objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In following through, I move then notwithstanding that we go to the consent calendar.
Okay, without any objection, but we don't have all the members here.
There's no objections.
No objections?
Yeah, there's 8 members.
Okay.
Yeah. So then I move the same appointment to the voting file.
On that motion then without any objections, so ordered.
And then notwithstanding the House rules, Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me to do this. I then move that we revert back to motions for the purposes of resolving the committee of the whole, but I'll make that when we get to motions.
Are there any objections to go back to motions? No objections, so ordered. We are now in motions.
My next motion, Madam Speaker, is to resolve in the committee of the whole for purposes of Bill 207-30 introduced by Senator Ada. It's an act to adopt the procedures manual for the acquisition, enforcement, and maintenance of territorial highway right-of-way and standards. Several senators have requested that the Public Works Director as well as the consultants involved in this project be invited in a committee of the whole setting to ask additional questions beyond what was already asked at the public hearing. So I make that motion at this time.
So on the motion then to place,
To resolve?
to go down to
Yeah.
resolve into committee of the whole, Senator Rector.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Interestingly enough, I agree with the previous statement that we need to have a fiscal note on everything that we discuss. And it does make a lot of sense for all of us to be able to understand how much these measures that we are voting on and making decisions on are going to cost and how much we're going to have to budget for them. That being said, if we're suspending discussion on other bills that in lieu of a fiscal note, I propose that this document, which I have a sneaky suspicion the hundreds and hundreds of pages here are going to have fiscal ramifications. So henceforth, if we are going to have a fiscal note for anything that we're going to talk about, I would suggest that this document will need a whole heck of a lot more fiscal analysis than a little one-word or one-sentence bill will need. And so therefore, I move that we suspend the discussion on this bill until we get a fiscal note on it. Thank you.
You're voicing then your objection then to the motion to.
I am voicing an objection to the motion to go into committee in the whole.
So there is an objection. I'm going to call for the vote then to resolve into committee of the whole. All those in favor, please raise your hand. In favor. Okay. Okay. No. In favor of moving down to the committee of the whole. So you don't. So Matt. So you don't vote. Yes. Favor. That's why I'm. Okay. Those who are in favor. So. Yes, it's to resolve, yes. So we're dealing with the motion to resolve to committee of the whole. All in favor, please raise your hand. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Failed to have the required number of votes, only 6 votes.
So it's on second reading.
So we're still on yes motion. Second reading. So Senator Respicio.
Can we move for a 1-minute recess?
We have a minute recess. session. Recognize the majority leader, Senator Respicio.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I need to make two motions, and we'll address them one motion at a time. My first motion would be to reconsider the actions of the body in the previous motion that just failed.
Senators, there is a motion to reconsider the actions of this body, which was to place Bill 207 to resolve into committee of the whole. Senators, we're ready to vote since there was, is there an objection to the reconsideration? There is one objection to the reconsideration. So I'm going to call for the vote then. All those who are in favor of the reconsideration, please raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Reconsideration. And there is an objection, so please raise your hand. I'm sorry, please keep them up so that I can count. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, the motion carries. And your second then motion?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I then move to resolve in the committee of the whole on the purpose of Bill number 207-30 as substituted by the Committee on Utilities, Transportation, Public Works, and Veterans Affairs. And this is introduced by Senator Ada. And if that motion passes, I further move that Senator Ada be the one to chair this committee of the whole.
So all those then in favor of, well, is there any objection? I know what, you're going to be consistent, Senator Rector. So all those then in favor of resolving to committee of the whole to hear Bill 207 and that the chairman will preside. Please raise your hand if you're in favor of resolving. Motion carries. So we're going to take a brief recess so we can have the individuals come in from the department and to set up for committee of the whole.
We didn't pay our bill. We didn't get a fiscal note. IT didn't get a fiscal note.
Obviously, that only applies to some.
Yeah, I know.
Senator, I'm sorry. Senator, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
The Committee of the Whole will now come to order. Before we begin with the discussions, I would like to lay out the rules of engagement. I will go ahead and use the 5-minute rule. During that 5 minutes, each member will be able to use your 5 minutes as you deem appropriate. So you can use those 5 minutes to lay out your questions that you would like the panel to respond to, or you can use the 5 minutes, if you so choose, to discuss a general discussion on the bill. So those are the options. Now, in addition to that, I would like to use, while the panel is here, for each member to ask their questions, allow the panel to respond, and we'll go for as many rounds as we need to make sure that every member's questions are asked. And after the questions have been asked and the panel has had a chance to respond to them, I will then dismiss the panel, and we would rise, and then we can have the general debate on the bill itself. So with that, I
Mr. Chairman?
recognize. Yes.
Before we go any further in terms of the rules of engagement, I just wanted to clarify, the 5 minutes includes the question and the answer. Is that, or any, questions
No.
and answers?
Well, you can ask one question, and if it takes the panel 4 minutes to respond to your question, then that takes up your 5 minutes, or you can lay out your questions and have the panel then take the time that they need to respond. The chair will then, if it appears that the answer is being repetitious or needs to be steered back in to the point, then the chair will do that. But otherwise, 5 minutes would include question and answer, or you can just make it 5 minutes of questions and then allow the panel to respond.
Does that include any point of information that's being made by any of my other colleagues? Or, in other words, if I do want to ask a question and the answer is forthcoming and then a point of information is made by one of our colleagues on the floor, does that include our 5 minutes? I mean, in
Well,
other words-
then, I think in fairness to each member, then I would ask that each member then take note of the question or the information that they would like to have made during their 5-minute allocation.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, Senator Espaldon?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
I would first then like to recognize with us this morning is Mr. Larry Perez, the Director for the Department of Public Works. To his right is Ms. Sandra Miller, the attorney from the Attorney General's office, who's assigned to the Department of Public Works. To my left is Mr. Miguel Ortero Jimenez, who is the consultant with PB Americas, who's working with DPW in the development of many of the transportation-related documents. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and recognize Senator Espaldon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen. I guess for me, I have kind of an understanding, having served with the committee, or having serving on the committee, but I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. So anybody up there can answer this question if you feel fit to do so. The first question really is a very basic question. I mean, this is all about rights of ways concerning the build-up and the road improvements we need to make. I guess at the very core is, why is this right-of-way procedures manual, why is it needed? Other than a convenience tool providing a compendium for relevant statutes which pertain to the acquisition of real property rights, why else would the manual be needed to be adopted by statute? Is it necessary? Bottom line, is it necessary, and why is it necessary?
According to 23 CFR, which is the...
Mr. Chair, if you could have them just identify themselves first so that we understand who's speaking.
Identify yourself, please, just for the record.
Yes, Miguel Otero, consultant with DPW.
Who do you work for?
PB Americas, which is a consultant firm working for the Department of Public Works.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, according to 23 CFR, which is the Code of Federal Regulations on Highways, any state or territory receiving federal funds for the acquisition of right-of-way properties needs to have right-of-way manuals for procedures enacted. And so by enacting this right-of-way manual, the territory becomes eligible for federal highway funding for the acquisition of right-of-way properties, and that's a requirement from the federal government.
It is a requirement. Is that a new requirement under the Federal Highways and Transportation?
The requirement's been in
Transportation
place
Agency?
for some time, and the territory can get federal funds for for construction or engineering, but not for acquisition at the present moment. So that would allow to use federal highway funds for the acquisition of right-of-way.
Oh, okay, so the procedure, you're saying, and let me just, again, excuse me, because I have a little hard time with your accent. I just want to make sure I understand. You're saying that basically to be able, right now, we have some funding for road improvements,
Correct.
but we do not have any funding to acquire property for rights-of-way. In other words, if we need to expand the roadways, then we would need to acquire some property.
Right, so under current statutes, any acquisition will have to be done 100% with local funds. If you want to use any federal funds, then we need to enact the procedures manual.
Okay, so to be eligible for federal funds to go ahead and purchase property for expansion, then we would need to pass this. Is that what you're saying?
Correct,
Otherwise, we'd have to use all local funds.
correct.
Do you know how much in federal funds we're talking about?
There have been very little appropriated because there is no manual. So Federal Highway Administration has mandated to the DPW that they will not consider any projects that require right-of-way acquisition with federal highway funds until we don't have a manual. So there are no funds dedicated at this point,
Okay.
but once we have it, then we have assurances from Federal Highway that they will dedicate, but there is no set amount at this moment.
Okay, I appreciate that. The basis for the initiation of the Right-of-Way Act, and now it's my understanding that the initiation of procedures stems from information that was developed in the Guam Transportation Plan and the Territorial Transportation Improvement Plan source documents. Can you just clarify for me, were these documents validated? I mean, these source documents were for the Guam Transportation Plan and the Territorial Transportation Improvement Plan, were they ever validated? How does this all come about?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, from our perspective, we've gone through we've acquired all the necessary approvals from all the necessary entities for approval and validation of our Guam 2030 Guam Transportation Plan and our FY08 to FY11 Territorial Transportation Improvement Plan.
Now,
So-
who were you're saying you had the necessary signatures or approvals, who exactly are we talking about?
We're speaking of course, the federal highway is one of them that, in terms of the eligible type projects, the governor's office, the governor himself, the Bureau of Statistics and Plans, Senator Lamarena, and of course we've through all those approvals we've forwarded to the legislature for its action.
Well, to get to those approvals, then isn't there a requirement by law that you have to have a public hearing to be able to validate these documents? I mean, we're talking about two
Yes.
documents here. We're talking about the Guam Transportation
Yes.
Plan and I guess with the Territorial Transportation Plan.
Absolutely, Senator. We've had a myriad of hearings, a myriad of even roundtables down here in this body. We have a chronology of all the public hearings that have been had, the comments that were submitted, and the ensuing final document that we have, and then subsequently all the bodies having jurisdictions, their approval. So yes, we have, to pointedly answer your question, yes, we have done above and beyond the requisite number of public hearings.
So you had public hearings, and then once it went through public hearing, then what happened? I mean, I guess what, we're talking about both plans had a public hearing, both the territorial?
These are separate activities
Okay.
that had their required public hearings, yes.
Both of them had?
Yes.
Okay, now you're talking about separate activities. One is the Guam Master Plan, Guam Transportation Plan, and the other one is the Guam Transportation Improvement Plan, right?
The 2030 Guam
territorial.
Transportation Plan and the FY08 to 11 Territorial Transportation Improvement Plan.
Well, again, just do me a favor, just enlighten me. What's the difference between the two? You have a Guam
Yes.
Transportation Plan and a Territorial Transportation Improvement Plan.
Yes.
Seems like they're addressing the same thing.
No, not
What's
necessarily.
the difference between the two?
The 2030 Guam Transportation Plan is a planned outlook for 20 years from the time it's enacted, a 20-year plan. The FY08 to 11 Territorial Transportation Improvement Plan is a subcomponent of the first 4 years of projects that we plan to implement that is consistent with this 2030 Guam Transportation Plan. So it's a 4-year plan, the Territorial Transportation Improvement Plan. The T-TIP is a 4-year component of an overall 20-year Guam Transportation Plan.
Okay. Now, so the T-TIP, the Territorial, what is it? Territorial Transportation Improvement Project is a part of the overall 20-year master plan.
That's correct.
That's my understanding.
That's correct.
Are there certain criteria that is applied to the Territorial Transportation Improvement Plan
Yes.
to be able to become part of the Guam, or the Guam Transportation Plan?
Yeah. Well, yes, the 20-year plan is basically the envisionment of everything and anything we need to do for improving our entire transportation network for the entire island over the next 20 years. Now, in the creation of all these this 20-year plan, there are 4 main components that are embedded in this 20-year plan. There's the upgrade of all primary routed roads, it's roughly 1.6 billion. There's the upgrade of all roads associated with the military buildup. It's a $1.5 billion story. There's another component for mass transit. It's roughly $238 million associated with mass transit, and about 260 million, I'm sorry, 138 million for mass transit. For the village streets, there's about 260 million that was allocated. End of the day, it's about a $3.5 billion story over the next 20 years. Now, in each of those categories, we've actually prioritized all the projects that are required. You have, for example, primary routed roads. We prioritize in terms of safety and hazard elimination, and then capital stock improvement, and then other amenities that we would like to have, but otherwise would not, don't necessarily have the money up front. We've done that for all the 4 categories. Likewise, for village streets, we prioritize in terms of safety and hazard elimination, and then capital stock, and then so forth. And same thing with mass transit, and of course the whole road network, the military. So everything for all those 4 categories are prioritized in terms of safety and hazard elimination, number 1, and then capital stock improvement, number 2. So when we do the 4-year Territorial Transportation Improvement Plan, we basically take the priority number 1, safety and hazard elimination, among all those 4 categories, and we implement it in the 4-year plan for immediate implementation.
Okay, so, a little bit, I understand, but let me get back to the reason why we're doing this is because we also need to essentially allow the federal funding to come into this. I mean, that's what it was explained to me earlier, right?
That's
I mean,
correct.
to open up the door so that federal funding can help us with this 4-year window at this
Yes.
point in time in terms of rights-of-way acquisition. What is the federal and local share for project funding under the Territorial Transportation Improvement Plan?
Well, the single biggest reason why we're before this body with this rights away, this Bill 207, is we need a procedures manual established, enacted, so that we can begin to look at acquiring rights away, acquiring land for improvement in these areas that are priority number 1. There are a lot of roads in this entire island that are safety, that have safety issues, that have a myriad of hazards, whereby the driving public is in harm's way. It just so happens that predominantly most of those roadways are in the south. They've been neglected for decades past, and for us to proceed in even improving on these roadways, we need to acquire the land. In order for us to acquire the land with federal dollars, then we need to establish this rights-of-way manual. So we're sort of like working our way backward to how do we get to ultimately fixing that road, that hazard, that guardrail, that ponding basin, that safety or hazard. In order to get to that point, we're working our way backward to see what do we need to accomplish to get to the point where we can earmark federal dollars to do the actual design and construction and then actually build of that improvement.
So just to clarify, I mean, what was said earlier is that we don't have any local funds to be able to do that. Is that a correct statement?
At this juncture, sir, no.
no, it's not a correct statement, or
No.
no, we do not have the funds?
At this juncture, we do not have local funds for acquiring these rights of way.
Now, is there a cost sharing that's going to occur if federal funds flow into this type of a program? In other words, if the if we go down this road of rights of way and say, okay, we approve it, then you're saying, okay, there'll be some federal funds that come in, $1 million just for example. Do we have to match anything?
No, there is no requirement for a match. We are operating at this juncture because we do not have the funding for it. Normally, through the Territorial Highway Fund, that's where we would get the allocation or the appropriation and authorization of local funds to acquire property for a roadway or whatnot. We have not done any of that in many years past, and the operation that we're working on now is that let's go ahead and get the rights-of-way manual enacted so that we can now focus on earmarking 100% of federal highway dollars for acquiring those land requirements to build up the safety and hazard elimination program. Right now, Senator, we're not asking for any match, only because a lot of that funding source, if you look in years past, has been earmarked for things other than highways. So we're sort of like trying to get the authorizations necessary so that we can earmark funding for acquiring land, for designing for the improvement, and for actually building out the improvement with federal dollars
Let me
only.
ask you one question, Mr. Perez.
Senator Spalding, maybe you can wrap up and then
Okay, well, that's right.
And then you
I'm
can
sorry.
always
I think
come back,
I think I
in
have
the
come
second
over my
round.
5 minutes. I will allow other speakers
sir.
to speak at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry about that. Senator, you're recognized.
Okay, I want to go back and follow up on the line of questioning that Senator Spalding had. And basically, I really want to go back to the foundation of the things that we are doing to improve our highway infrastructure. And the foundation for everything which eventually will result in right-of-way acquisitions and whatever else happens really stems back to the 2030 Guam Transportation Plan, which then feeds into the Territorial Transportation Improvement Plan, which really is at that point, you select projects that are ready to get done and really get into the details so that you can then begin implementation processes. But I think it's important that we discuss the validation process for this transportation plan, because everything rests on that. And the questions that I have is, what is that validation process, one? And two, how set in stone are the projects that are shown in the transportation plan? So let's say that, last year when we were conducting the public hearing, it seemed like it was a good idea to take a certain project on within this 20-year vision plan. Maybe 3 years from now, we find that those underlying assumptions do not hold anymore. How easily then can we go back and amend that transportation plan, which kind of makes adjustment on that, 20-year vision? So those are my two questions. Help me to understand better this validation process for that foundation document, the transportation plan, and how do we go about to update it so that if we find that underlying assumptions are not holding up, then we can make the necessary adjustments. Thank you.
Anyone would like to respond to that?
Okay, thank you, Senator. In terms of the how do we handle the proper adjudication of the 2030 Guam Transportation Plan and the adjudication for the 4-year Territorial Transportation Improvement Plan. With the bigger document, the 20-year plan, there's an actual outline of what steps we need to take and what approvals we need to garner for its approval. The process that we've taken is for the 20-year plan is we've had public hearings at northern, central, southern districts. We've actually, through the open government law, we've actually advertised when these public hearings were going to be taken. We've set out where there's going to be a closing period for receiving comments, and when that closing period, or when the comments were submitted at the public hearing and even up until the closing period, we then incorporated a lot of the comments into this document, this draft document. We finalized it, and then we remitted it over to the governor's office for his next step. And we received his approval. And I think there's an iteration that requires the Bureau of Statistics and Plans have their activity. We collaborate with the Bureau of Statistics and Plans in our public hearings. They were actually part. It was more like a parallel activity where we did our public hearings. And we went ahead and got their approval. We got the governor's approval. And then we remitted it to the legislature, where I think there's a requirement that the legislature either hear it, or after a certain period, it actually lapses into approval or law. I'm not sure how that works, but end of the day, we've gotten the approvals, we've gotten the steps, and we believe the 20-year plan has its proper adjudication. With respect to the Territorial Transportation Improvement Plan, we actually did the public hearing for that, and that document only requires the director's approval for ratification or acceptance of that TTIP, which we've done that public hearing. We had it at Tumuning Senior Citizens Office. We've done the open government requirement and basically ratified that document. We've subsequently, within a year thereafter, we actually amended that document because, Senator, as you may mention, there were projects that were part of the original TTIP that actually were taken out because upon further detailed work, we determined that we did not have the rights of way, so we could not proceed in designing and building that infrastructure or that roadway because we did not have the rights of way. Again, subsequent iterations and work. So those were taken out. We also did the amendment to include new projects that were funded. For example, the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. We received about $18 million worth of money for that, so we amended that to be reflected. We also received monies from the Department of Defense for improvement of the components of the whole road network. So we included those projects in the TTIP. So the 20-year master plan is something that goes through a more rigorous process. We've already approved that, and we normally would amend or improve on that 20-year plan every 3 to 5 years from the time we have it ratified. In the case of the TTIP, the 4-year plan, we can amend it as frequently as is necessary, subject to us receiving additional funds. We have to reflect it, have the public hearing iteration, and then once we go through that iteration, the director signs it, then we go ahead and implement it. So again, the TTIP has to be consistent with the 20-year plan. It also has to be carried out. The adjudication has to be carried out to recognize the funds coming in and to receive public comment on it. So we believe, Senator, we've done the proper adjudication for both those documents.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do I still have time to pose a couple more questions?
No more.
Oh, no? Okay. But we're going to go another round.
Yes, second round
All
for
right.
that. At this time, I would like to recognize, of course, Senator Calvo, then Senator Rector, then Senator BJ. Senator Calvo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Larry and folks, I want to thank you so much for your participation this morning. Now, again, when we look at Bill 207, this is being moved based on a mandate on the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 710-201C, about establishing a rights-of-way procedures manual. Now, I'm looking at the intent, findings and intent, and again, it states Title 23 of the Code of Federal Regulations, 710-201C, the state shall maintain a manual describing its right-of-ways, policies, procedures. The manual shall describe functions and procedures for all phases of the real estate program, including appraisal, appraisal review, negotiation, eminent domain, property management, relocation. When you look at the content of the bill, there's 2 points here. There's provision on amending section 17109 of chapter 7, title 21. and administration, where it, and I assume now, and the initiating agency, in accordance with the Rights of Way Procedures Manual, with the assistance of Guam Housing. My understanding on this is it's to give a clear delineation of responsibilities. I think in the past where GURA would be the agency overseeing, now it's that particular agency, particular Public Works, correct?
For transportation and public works projects, yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Then, of course, Section 3, which is the adoption of the Rights of Way Procedure Manual, which we have in front of us. Once this adoption of the Rights of Way Procedures Manual, let's say we pass this into law, this will be the law of land now on regards to again, the acquisition of properties or rights of way. This was put together, again, in conformance with federal regulations and statutes, correct? Okay, I'll tell you what, some of the reasons, I'll tell you what my line of thought is. And I brought this up with the chairman of the committee earlier. We will be adopting this, and this is the law of the land, and I assume that once it's adopted, any other changes will probably have to go through the AAA process. And again, AAA process, if there are to be changes on any one of these sections, we go through that process, and it will either be adopted through default process, or the legislature will be making changes within the AAA process, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Any amendments?
Identify yourself, please.
Hello, I'm Sandra Miller from the Office of the Attorney General. I'm an Assistant Attorney General. Any amendments to the Rights of Way Procedures Manual will have to be done either through this body or through the administrative adjudication process. It cannot be done just by DPW acting alone.
Yes.
So you are correct.
Okay. Now I'm looking through Title 23, Chapter 1. Again, and I have a copy of the Rights of Way in Real Estate, Section 710-.201. And again, it states the state manual shall be developed and updated as a minimum to meet the following schedule. And there's certain provisions here where I see that has to be coordination with the federal agency. On Section 2, every 5 years thereafter, the Chief Administrative Officer of the STD, I guess that's the State Transportation Department, shall certify to FHWA that the current ROW operations manual conforms to existing practices and contains necessary procedures to ensure compliance with federal and state real estate law. Then 3 here states that the STD shall update the manual periodically to reflect changes in operations and submit the updated materials for approval by FHWA, Federal Highways. D, compliance responsibility. The STD is responsible for complying with current FHWA requirements, whether or not its manual reflects these requirements. Then in Section G, procurement contracting for all activities required shall conform to 49 CFR 1836. I guess the question I have is I want to see how this process works. Once this thing is adopted, again, there is a local set of rules in place of how to make changes in it. But again, looking at how this is working, it has come together in regards to how state, how we have a lot of federal programs, federal money, and whether it's 100% federal funding or it's some sort of cost sharing, I've seen it in other agencies. It's more of a state-to-state type of plan that's adopted. With this particular bill, it will go through the normal process, again, once adopted, that I'm accustomed to, which is a AAA process. But now you have the third party, and I'm talking two parties. It's, again, our local administrative authority and our local legislative body. And, there is this organic process in which changes will be made. Then, of course, I look at the basis of this whole legislation, and that's federal laws, particular to rights of ways, and I see this continuous dialogue and coordination between the state agency, the local state agency, and the federal agency. And I just want to get an understanding. In fact, I'm glad we have a member, a representative from the Attorney General's office. Usually I assume when a local body is dealing with something, it's more on a state level, and we make the rules based on how we decide we want to make the rules. But now we have this participation of the federal government, and I'm not quite sure, once we get this adopted through our local statute, how will this process move in the future when there are changes to be made? And again, there's this state to federal dialogue, and you have to have it in harmony with federal laws and regulations. It's a pretty voluminous document, and then at the same time coordinated with the local legislative body, and the local legislative body is ultimately the body that's going to have to make, in the future, all these changes. And the reason why I bring this up, in the past, when I've had oversight over certain agencies, there's certain things that the local body, and I'm talking the local lawmaking body, delves into and has that authority. And once you make it, we decide on something, we pass it, the governor signs it, it's a law of the land. This thing here, I see it's almost I hate to say a menage a trois, where you have three parties, and I just want to get an understanding of how would this process move in the future? Please explain to me. Maybe I'm confused on it, because my understanding of how state to federal relations have been in past, and now when you have the state to federal, but you have the local parliamentary or legislative body being a part of that process as well.
Yes, that'll be the last questions, and then
that's the last question.
And then
again,
they'll respond, of course.
Do you folks make a deal with? You work it out with the federal government, then you come to us to adopt it, and then we adopt it. But then the federal government looks at it and says, "Well, this is not compliance to certain federal this or federal that, so we got to be careful what we do," or do we do it? And then you folks get it to the federal folks and say, hey, this is what we adopted, and it's for them to approve or disapprove.
Okay, Senator, if I may, we also have both our technical and our legal folks to chime in also. But
that's my only question.
Yes, thank you. By no means, by any stretch of the imagination, is the federal government part of this activity, other than for us to define what is the actual procedures, the state procedures for acquiring land. Respecting those procedures, for example, if we're dealing with Chamorro Land Trust properties, there's a governing activity that has to occur there. When it concerns taking from a fellow government agency or taking from a private entity, recognizing the laws in terms of the courts, in terms of the laws that this body passes, it's all about acknowledging and respecting those laws and outlining it into a procedural manual whereby the federal government understands what a procedure is, so that when we start talking about seeking funding from them for land taking, they clearly understand what is the laws of the land. So, and they will respect that, they will acknowledge it. Or they may say that because that's the way your state government has conditioned the land taking, according to our federal statute, it is an ineligible activity and they cannot participate. But nowhere stretch of the imagination is the federal government, I guess, interceding in this body's authorities and statutes. It's just more so establishing the procedures, recognizing the laws of the land, and creating a manual whereby the DPW and its entities will follow the laws of the land. That's merely what our intention is here. Okay, so Miguel, you want to say anything further?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that section 1.1.9, and I'm going to read it. It says compliance with law. Nothing on this right-of-way procedures manual shall be construed to diminish or supersede any provision of Guam or federal law or of the rules of the Superior Court of Guam. So this is to say that nothing in the manual shall supersede any Guam law. So just any laws that may be enacted by this body, they have relevance over anything that may be said on the right-of-way manual.
Yeah. Again, my final comment, Mr. Chair, again, looking at within 710201, state responsibilities, D, compliance responsibility, the STD is responsible for complying with current FHWA requirements, whether or not its manual reflects those requirements. I guess from the standpoint of a local legislator, I think it's just going to be important if we're going to, if this is the way to do it, and through a local enactment, and it goes through the AAA process, then any changes in the future, I mean, that's where I think it's going to have to be, we're going to have to be very, very careful, because I know how we move, and you folks know how we move in a local legislative body. If we're going to be making changes in this particular manual procedure, we better be very clear, and that means when it comes to sitting down with the Attorney General's office, DPW, and understanding everything that entails FHWA regulations, because again, I would figure if we are non-compliant, and let's say a future legislative body makes a change here, and something doesn't get spotted, then I would assume there would be endangerment of either the unilateral funding or the shared funding of a particular program. And I guess just a word of caution, because now this document being presented to this body, being enacted by law by this body, we're going to have to be very much more careful in the future when it comes to any changes on it. Anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and that's my final comments.
You're welcome. Thank you for that. Senator Rector, and then Senator BJ.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm pretty clear as to what we're doing here, right? And please, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to make sure I understand. What we're doing is we're adopting this right-of-way manual so that we can use federal funds to condemn land.
So we can use federal funds to acquire land. And the
What's the difference between acquire and condemn?
Yeah, there's a big difference. Acquire, and per these procedures manuals, we would be required to do fair market of value, an appraisal, and an offer to the owner on goodwill, and only when goodwill negotiations to acquire the land through payment of fair market value, when that fails, then DPW is mandated to look and review their designs if they can avoid impacting that property, and only as a last resource, when the property cannot be acquired through mutual agreement with the owner, then the procedures for condemnation would initiate. But even in the case of condemnation through local law, the owner is still entitled to compensation for the property. So we're not instituting anything that will overrule the rights of the private owner on their property. And actually, the manual, it's very explicit in protecting the rights of the private owners in any right-of-way needs that the government may have. So that being a significant difference.
So then two parts, right? One way or another, the reason we're doing this is so that we can use federal funds.
Correct.
Correct. Whether it's to buy property willingly from owners, or if all else fails, condemn it and pay fair market value or whatever is delineated in here.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. Then in that case, I have a question. When I look at the panel up there and I look at my colleagues around me, let's start with the panel up there. Does anybody sitting on that panel or anybody in their family, as delineated by Public Law 30-30, which says your spouse, natural, adopted, dependent children, parents, parents-in-law, siblings, or siblings-in-law, do any of you and anybody in that interest own property that may potentially be purchased using federal funds in the future?
I'll speak for me, Larry Paris. No.
Now remember, you're on the record, so nobody in no relation to your family ever has any, in that whole list, your brothers, your brothers-in-law, your parents-in-law, your children.
To the best of my knowledge, no.
For me, definitely not, since I'm from off island. And,
I am not aware.
Could you please speak in the mic, please?
I don't know the answer. I don't know whether rights of way would need to be acquired. I don't know whether what the ownership is, and I just don't know.
may I say something?
As far as I can tell, my answer would be no, but I'm not aware of any.
The manual does have a strict regulations.
No, it's okay. Then in that case, when I look at this, it's my understanding that whenever there's a potential for us to discuss legislation that could potentially benefit somebody in this instance, as we just described, then I'm not quite sure if it's good enough for you to say that I don't have any idea whether I do or I don't. It's my understanding and reading of the law that you have to disclose prior to the discussion of this in writing. And if I may have a brief recess, Mr. Chair, so that we can consult with the legal counsel to get her interpretation of that law, but that's my understanding of it.
2-minute recess.
Thank you.
2 minutes recess.
This committee of the whole will now come back to order. Senator Rector.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And sorry about the long break on that, but I think this is a very important point for all of us, and in order for us to be as transparent as possible to the people of Guam, and so that everybody has the full confidence that this body and this piece of legislation before us is as clean as possible without undue influence and nest feathering, as one might say. Full disclosure is paramount, and as this body adopted Public Law 30-30, saying that we need full disclosure on this. Now, the difficulty is in consulting with legal counsel, it's not my job to go and do all the research and find out if there's a direct influence or a direct conflict. It's the people testifying that have the responsibility. Now, so according to the legal counsel, my understanding of her advice, what that means is that you need to look at the 2030 master plan and figure out if anything in that plan and any of the property in that plan and the potential projects that could go for it that you could use federal funding as will be available once we approve this, and throughout all the relationships in your family that are mandated by law, you must disclose if there's any potential for there to be financial influence. So now I go back to the question, can you state that neither you nor your parents or parents-in-law or siblings-in-law, natural or adopted children or spouse have any ownership interest in any potential projects that could go forward as a result of us passing this?
Okay, let's start with the director.
No.
Ms. Miller,
No.
Mr. Jimenez.
No interest whatsoever.
Wow. Good. Isn't that interesting? Now then, the next question is the relationships, certainly. The financial interest means an interest held by an individual, his or her spouse, natural, adopted, or dependent children, parents, parents-in-law, siblings, or siblings-in-law. And it's also my understanding as you go down further in the law, for anybody in this body to discuss this with respect to any bill on the floor of the legislature must disclose the same in writing. Now, I can definitively say I have one little piece of property, and it's in Barragata, 428 Chapel Road, that I have a financial interest in. So I have disclosed, and my wife has the same. Now, if anybody else needs to do that, they can feel free.
Mr. Chair, point of information.
Yes.
It would seem to be that we would not be able to make any kind of disclosure. Anybody can hear without explicit knowledge of what properties we're talking about in terms of what properties may be condemned or may be offered to be acquired without knowledge of the exact properties. We wouldn't know.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, it's my understanding, and Mr. Perez, you can correct me on this, but really, like right now in our discussion, the TTIP, that's the right acronym, right? The TTIP has no properties in it currently, no projects in it currently that ask us to purchase land. Is that correct?
I don't have the list. I don't have the list with me, but I do recall in the original TTIP submission that we pulled projects that needed to be done for safety and hazard elimination, and there were some projects that we had to forego and put in the back burner and are no longer part of the amended TTIP because it required substantial right-of-way acquisition. But there are still projects in there where we did not anticipate a right-of-way acquisition requirement, but now we determined based on further survey that there was a right-of-way requirement. So depending on the magnitude of the acquisition, depending on the urgency of the project, there are projects in our current TTIP, our amended TTIP, that will require some rights-of-way acquisition that have been put in abeyance until this thing comes to fruition.
Okay, so then let me be perfectly clear on this so that we all
Senator,
understand.
Can I
'cause
catch
this
you on
is-
the next round? Your 5 minutes is up. Okay.
Thank you.
Vice Speaker BJ Cruz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My problem is more basic than that. When your committee sent out this folder, I have the original folder that was given to us in July. And in September, after we passed the budget, I left on a trip, and your office sent a couple of chapters to add on. I think it was in chapter 1 and 2. So I carried this 5-pound folder with me on my vacation and went through it cursorily, admittedly, because as I went through it, I didn't see any strikeouts or underscoring, and I took at good faith, and at face value, the statement that was made to us that this was a mere compilation of existing statute, and there was no statement that there were any amendments being made to the law, any additions that were being made to the law. This was supposed to be a compilation of existing law. This morning, I got the new binder, the second binder. This second binder adds or shows me on different pages some red underscoring, some red deletions, whole chapters that have been added. And some of the amendments are fairly substantial. And when I read this, I just took it at face value that that's the way that the law was currently reading. I didn't realize that we were striking out sentences, as is evident in the second volume in the second folder that you gave us today. And so there are some major ones. I mean, just on 5.10.2.4, you strike out including any utility easement or other rights granted by the CLTC to any utility agency. My concern with that, Mr. Chairman, is the Chamorro Land Trust may have given a utility easement to, say, GWA, GPA, a utility easement through all the Chamorro Land Trust properties that are being given out right now. But because of the $70,000 or $80,000 hookup fees that it's costing these poor people to try to get a hookup, they're not getting the property, and they're not, the power lines put in, and they're not getting the pipes put in. Under this, any utility easement or other rights granted by the utility to any utility entity is struck. And so it would seem to me from that reading that if GWA and GPA were given those easements, the fact that it hadn't been used, and you end with the using agency just using it, actually using it, that those easements may be struck. And there's various changes. You've added 2 whole chapters, 8.6 and 8.7. When I read the original one, it just said reserved. And in Scrivener language, that's just numbers being held. I thought that the 2 chapters that you gave me were the only ones that were being added. Now I get a whole new chapters, 8.6 and 8.7. Were all of these things discussed at the public hearing? Were they properly addressed, each one of them? See, it would seem to me a lot cleaner and more transparent if on 10 pages or on 20 pages you said you're going to add this new chapter 8.6 or 8.7 and you have a new chapter 8 and chapter 8.7 are hereby added to whatever. And there's amendments to 510 and 5 are hereby, these amendments are made. Because then whoever's coming to testify can look through it. But if you went through this original binder, you would have thought, wow, there's no changes. There's no need for me to say anything. There's no need for me to come in and complain that you might be taking away an easement that had been given to utility in my area, but they weren't using. I have real problems with that, Mr. Chairman, and I really have problems with saying that this is just a compilation when in fact there are some major amendments that are being made to the law that weren't clear to us when this was proposed and when we were given the binders.
Thank you, Vice Speaker. I'm going to go ahead and I'll ask the director to respond to that, and any follow-up responses he can ask the panel.
Thank you, Senator. Vice Speaker Cruz, when we first embarked on this right-of-way procedures manual and the measure to enact it, the whole intent and representations that we've made, even to this very day, is establish the manual so that everybody clearly understands what is the procedure for any rights-of-way acquisition. That was, and in crafting this activity and working with the technical folks and the legal folks, our clear directive was we're not here to change law, but we're really here to just compile what are the laws of the land to have it in one manual. Now, we did our first iteration with it, and my understanding is that we were going to go into public hearings, markup public hearings, and I guess maybe I misread what that meant, but it was to source all the agencies. We wrote to all the agencies out there. We did the Open Government Act and did public hearings at North, Central, Southern, or North and Southern. And we even represented that there's going to be a closing period for comments to come in. And I read it to mean that it's a document that is going to be improved upon, not to change any law, but rather to recognize laws that are out there that we may have inadvertently overlooked, and to incorporate and recognize and respect those statutes. So really, we're just, our intent, even to this date, is just to compile what it really is out there. And we've received constructive comments from agencies that have some nuances associated with their activity and their fiduciary that we've incorporated. So I do want to convey that we did not make any changes to the original document to create law or to supersede any law, but rather just to add more, compile more laws that are out there that we may have inadvertently overlooked. Now, what I do want to share is that I clearly gave the direction that we have to recognize the powers that are granted to Chamorro Land Trust Commission, GURA folks, the utilities and whatnot. And there may be conflict. I mean, Vice Speaker, you may read areas where there's conflict, but then again, there are laws out there that conflict, laws in the books in Guam that do conflict.
But I thought the intent of this was to make sure we didn't have conflict by compiling it into one area.
Exactly. And through these iterations, we're incorporating it. And if there is, in fact, a conflict, then we welcome this body to make the necessary changes or statements on the cover legislation to clarify maybe, or to, end of the day, we really just need a right-of-way procedures manual, but if there's something that needs to be clarified where there is conflict, then we encourage this body to help us with that.
And that's what I'm trying to say, Larry, is that with the red lines that you have here, some of them, unless you put on the side that it was deleted, I would not know that it was deleted. You've added in 510, you took out M in 510 2.6. You struck part of B in 10.3.1. And those are, when you look at it, the way in legislative jargon, when you underline something, you're adding something. When you strike through, you're taking it out. Looking at your red line here, I would have thought you're adding legislation. I mean, you are adding legislation here. But when I looked at this one, it wasn't in my original version. So I'm just wondering, was that as a result of the public hearing? That these things are being added? How much of it was discussed by the utilities? Are they aware that of some of these changes? I mean, if I can get that assurance, I have no problem. But I just really object to the fact that we said that it was a compilation when we're making some fairly major changes to the law.
Senator, to respond to your question, from the public meetings, public hearings, GPA responded in writing with several points, and those points that came from GPA are the ones that you're referring to on chapter 5.10, which all refer to utilities. There were comments by the GPA that were incorporated, and the only thing that we did was say by utility providers as opposed to GPA to make it more general and more inclusive for all the utilities. And yes, what's underlined, it's text that's been added. It may be a little bit confusing where there's a bubble that shows deleted. What was deleted is only what's inside that bubble, which is just a dot. But really what's striked out was deleted, and you won't find anything striked out. It's only underlined, and that's new text that was added as a result from a comment from GPA, One Power Authority, who submitted comments in writing. So we tried to incorporate all the comments that we received into the markup version. So the unmarked up version that you got 2 months ago before the public hearings, that's what we had at that point. Then we received comments in writing, and we incorporated those. In addition, the 2 chapters that were added by a request from Federal Highway. So that's as a result from the public hearings, and we did not receive any other comments from public or any other agencies.
Thank you. I mean, I understand that. I'm just saying that we should stop saying this is just a compilation. This is a compilation with some major amendments, 2 new chapters, and some additional things that are being done. I guess if everybody's happy with the deletion of that provision in 510.2.4, that's fine. I mean, I just don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what that means. But in statutory construction, it would seem to me that if the Chamorro Land Trust had previously given that an easement to a utility and it wasn't being utilized at the time that this thing passes, then it no longer has that easement. Because you now put the period after agency. Or is that added? I'm trying to figure out what is deleted.
What was deleted was the period, and so the revision that was made to that particular paragraph is they added the words including any utility easements
or other rights granted by the CLTC to any utility
So the
entity.
deletion's only the period?
Yes, as we track the changes.
That's hard to, the way that this thing looks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I keep thinking that the deletion is that's why I was trying to figure out underscoring and adding on, but then you have deleted on the side, and so I'm trying to figure out what's that.
But at any rate, I think to kind of summarize and answer your question, the revisions were subsequent to the initial document that were submitted, and the revisions was in response to testimonies that were received during the public hearing, and within the time frame that was given for submission of testimonies. Okay?
Okay.
All right. I have next on the list Senator Respicio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My comments were similar to the comments that are in line with what the Vice Speaker brought up, so I won't belabor that point. I was also, Mr. Chairman, I was concerned when I noticed that the bill was introduced to establish a manual, which is a compilation of all the federal and local statutes to provide a process to have these land condemnations so that the federal monies can be used to do road repair projects, both primary and secondary. I was kind of wondering why we have to introduce legislation that's going to incorporate all of the existing federal and local statutes when what could have done is produce informational maybe from you, Larry, or from the Attorney General's office, or from someone in a position of authority that already outlines all of these procedures. But we're at this point now, and my question is very fundamental. I don't see anything in the bill now, Mr. Chairman, that says if in the event the existing statutes are amended, does then this automatically amend this manual that we're hoping to adopt? See, rather than going into the existing statutes and amending those statutes, which may be inconsistent or conflicting or problematic, we're going to develop a manual that amends those statutes or seeks clarity so that everything is in harmony, right? Larry's what you said. But if in the event the legislature, maybe this legislature or future legislatures, go in and amend the statute but fail to amend the manual, there's nothing in this bill that will say if in the event existing statutes which have been highlighted or references, if they're amended, then this shall automatically be amended as well. This is a really big problem for the compiler law, and a big problem for perhaps the Attorney General's office in the future, when we're creating so much confusion in statutory construction. And do you understand my point? Yeah.
Yes. Okay, Gil.
Yes. In the case that any law has changes through time, there's point 1.1.9 compliance with law, which states that any law of Guam or federal or rules of the Superior Court of Guam supersede this manual. So there is no need to revise the manual every time there's a law that's being enacted, because the manual does not supersede the laws. The laws supersede the manual. Now,
but in this case, we're making amendments to the manual, which is supposed to make amendments to the law.
Well, it also
And we're codifying this, so this manual will have the same order as other statutes. So this, if it were to be adopted by the legislature, it's not going to be a manual, it's going to be a law.
In response to, I guess, the first part of your question, which was why do we need this anyway, I think that was, the director had previously talked about that it's necessary.
I know why we need this, but do we have to adopt this by statute? Couldn't the Attorney General do a memorandum which highlights all the existing federal and local statutes which shall apply?
The reason for that is that DPW on its own cannot basically tell GURA or Chamorro Land Trust or Department of Rev and Tax to aid it in its rights-of-way acquisition. By putting it through this body, first of all, I think there creates a greater transparency in that all agencies are aware of their duties and obligations. Secondly, it also ensures the cooperation between the various agencies that everyone, is responsible to help on the roads. So, to the extent that it's more than just an informational memo, it's really the focus there was just to ensure the cooperation of all the agencies and that all agencies work together and not just DPW knocking on the doors, of the Chamorro Land Trust. Please, can you do this? Can you do that? Here, with the blessing of the legislature and there being, everybody's fully aware of what they're supposed to do. That, I think, was the main purpose for bringing it here to this body in the first place. The other thing, I think you also asked a question as to the updates. Any updates to the Guam law would supersede and anything in this manual. So if the legislature changes something, then we need to look to the current public law and not to the manual. The manual is really just administrative rules and regulations, and it is procedures. Now, it does have the effect of a law, but it is not, any subsequent laws always supersede the former in time. So I don't.
I understand that, but the manual is supposed to be the law of the land moving forward. Any condemnation proceedings going forward, any processes by which to apply federal funds to support these condemnations they're going to reference this manual.
They will reference this manual. Now, with respect to condemnation, nothing changes condemnation because to the extent that there's eminent domain anticipated by the manual, it's very clear that is just for DPW employees' guidance. That cannot override the mandate of the legislature as is already set out in 21 GCA Chapter 15. So that one still rides, and in fact, that's even referenced there. It would be, you are correct that this would be the law going forward, and these would be the procedures going forward. But in answer to your question, well, what about if we enact something different? Well, if you enact something different in the future, then that is going to control, regardless of whether this manual gets updated or not.
I understand that, but is there a automatic mechanism? I think this question was answered. There's an automatic mechanism that if in the event other portions of the statutes that's been referenced in this manual have either been amended, repealed, or what have you, will then this manual be automatically updated? Or will the legislature have to come back and amend the manual? Because you won't, chances are you won't do that simultaneously. But I guess that question was answered, Mr. Chairman, that this manual, but who's going to be responsible for updating this manual going forward?
Yes, the update is a requirement of the DPW. We do have a rights-of-way section. We do have rights-of-way authority. And one of the mandates of our DPW is to assure that if there's any procedures, policies for survey and rights-of-way and anything regarding the roadways, we are automatically required to update. So in the event that there's a change by statute, we will definitely update our manuals to reflect that change.
This manual is also amending some portions of the existing statute? This manual? There's some
No, it's not. But what it is it's a requirement by the Federal Highway Administration that for us to get projects eligible for rights-of-way acquisition, we have to have not only the rights-of-way manual enacted, but we also have to clearly update the manual as the local laws or even federal laws evolve.
Well, I certainly recognize the amount of work that's gone into producing this work product. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to ask these questions.
Thank you. First, Senator Palacios and then Senator Guthertz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I understand that the government of Guam does not have an established process by which to acquire right-of-way right now. It doesn't have any. The government of Guam does not have, or does the government of Guam has an established process by which to acquire right-of-way?
There's not a magical document out there
That's what I'm saying.
that
There's no,
says that's all organized.
Okay.
What it is there's procedures. For example, if a utility company needs to
Okay.
acquire rights of way, it has its own process. GURA is another, DPW is another. Not necessarily all exactly the same procedure.
Okay.
For example, there's this issue about uniform relocation. The only entity on Guam that's tasked, burdened to handle uniform relocation for land taking is as I understand it, the Guam Housing and Urban Renewal. However, if we're taking a road, do we need to necessarily involve GURA to administer and pay for the relocation, or should it be the entity who's causing the impact be required to take care of the uniform relocation activity? So there's a myriad of different scenarios out there, but what we wanted to do with this document is to compile the procedure for right-of-way taking, and it's a guide that can be used by the other agencies as opposed to doing preliminary work, hiring people to do work, and reinventing the wheel over and over again, just because there is not a formal document out there.
Okay.
So that's really what we're trying to do is simplify the government of Guam as a whole's process for right-of-way taking or land taking.
So my next question then is, of course, I understand your explanation, but why is it that just now it is considered important? And of course, this is for the benefit of the listening audience.
Senator, there's a lot of problems that we've been having, a lot of road problems, and one of the repetitive responses I've read and received is that DPW has never been able to improve a lot of the safety and safety issues and hazard eliminations out there, merely because the federal dollars, which is pretty much the lion's share of the dollars that we do have available, are not authorized to acquire land and to do the improvements unless we have this manual. So that was sort of like the single biggest driver for why we need to establish this manual, is so that we can now have a procedure for getting a lot of our southern roads especially eligible for federal dollars to do the improvements.
So one last question, and I think that we should look at the southern, the southern road improvement. I think that's where a large part of the federal funding probably would be applied in connection with the 2030 master plan, the expansion of the road, and specifically some of those bridges that are now put up very temporary. Could you explain in what way this manual will benefit the property owner, and together with the people of Guam and the government of Guam as it stands now, as opposed to if we don't have the manual?
Yes, specific to the bridges, I think you're referring to the...
Specific to the bridges, because that would be a vivid example
Okay.
of how this will apply, because it will apply, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And
that's my last question, of course.
Thank you, Senator. The Pigua and the Belay bridges, as you well know, it was built in the day of the wars and World War II, and obviously it's failing. So we went in there and did a temporary fix using federal highway dollars. Now, because we've only defined the meets and bounds, the width of that bridge to be so wide, we were only able to build a single lane temporary fix until such time that we acquire sufficient land, private land, to widen the bridge and build it properly using federal dollars. So those two projects are somewhat in abeyance until we finish this process, this manual, and then we can resume the building of that road. So that's one small example, but as a lot of our community
And that is because that is private property.
That's correct. There's
That's
private
not government property.
Right, and it's insufficient. The width of the land that does belong to the government is insufficient for the proper construct of that bridge.
Okay. The Does that answer your question, Senator? Okay, Senator Guthert?
You know, in looking at the legislative process and how the legislature does things, and looking at the manual, I want to ask the question, now what would happen if we did not approve this manual?
If we don't approve the manual, Senator, then we're back to decades past of procedure. And that is a lot of the lands that, a lot of the roadways that we have out there that need to be improved, that have safety hazards, cannot be improved or safely or constructed for safety with federal dollars unless we can get local dollars to build it. So therein lies a situation where most of the roadways down south have not been improved, not because of my predecessors or previous legislatures or previous governors did not want to improve on it, but rather the funding, the local funding was limited. And second, if we were to use federal funding, we did not have the proper documents and procedures in place to assure that there is a proper land taking for not just the government's interest, but actually for the private landowners. So we're actually doing this document in the hopes of getting it ratified so we can move forward and start doing the proper rights-of-way acquisition and ultimately building these roads, especially in the south. But if it doesn't pass, I would say that's okay. That's what the body would like to see, then that's okay. It just means that, remember, without this document, we cannot use federal dollars to improve the roads, most of the roads, especially down south.
So what you're saying, Larry, is that this document requires legislative approval in order for you to receive federal money. Is that what you're saying? That the federal government will not give you any money for road improvements unless the Guam legislature approves this manual?
No.
Now,
the
I'm trying to make a determination as to why we have to have a manual. And let me explain why. We have a driver's manual that the Department of Revenue Taxation produces. It is a compilation of all the laws regarding the traffic code to guide people, to prepare them to take the driver's test. Right? We're all familiar with that manual. And then we have a manual which is based on Guam laws, how to start a business on Guam, prepared by GITA and the old Department of Commerce, updated, reflects all the laws, the procedures, the administrative procedures, how to start a business on Guam. The example I'm giving you is that first, we never approved the driver's manual. We never approved the how to start a business on Guam manual, even those contain all the laws pertaining to those particular areas of activity. And I'm just wondering if by approving a manual, if we're not setting a precedent for other departments and agencies that want to have something done by the legislature in manual form rather than in statute form. See, I'm trying to figure out why not in statute rather than in the form of a manual. If there's a need to change any existing laws dealing with right-of-ways and procedures that you use and you need, why wasn't it presented to the legislature in the form of a bill rather than a manual? This is a legitimate question because we deal with bills, we don't deal with manuals.
No. The reason for the manual was to ensure the cooperation of the various agencies that are affected by the manual, and only the legislature can do that. This is not a DPW only manual. It does impact other agencies.
No, I understand that, but can't we do that by statute rather than a manual by statute?
I guess if you put all agencies must comply with DPW's rights of way manual, if something to that effect, I guess that would work as well. This is just another procedure, another way to achieve the same goal.
I'm just wondering, as a former administrator, I've been involved in developing manuals to facilitate the legal obligations of my department with the public. And I never went to the legislature to get it approved because the laws are the controller. The laws control the content of the manual. And I'm just putting this out for consideration by the body. Should we approve the manual, would it set a precedent for other departments and agencies also coming to us to ask us to approve their manual, rather than submit a bill to the legislature, a standalone bill, which would basically reflect the actual need? So I just present that for discussion. I don't really expect a response, Larry. I have one other question on the rights-of-way issues.
Senator, can I catch you on the next
Yes.
round? Your 5 minutes is up.
My 5 minutes is up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right. Senator Pangilinan. Senator Palacios. Senator Palacios.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If you would just indulge me for a minute here. You know, my concern, of course, in this is, as I said and articulated earlier, is the fact that we have disjointed the approval of this rights-of-way manual from the approval of the 2030 master plan and the resulting TIP plan, which outlines in general the approach that this community will have towards the transportation needs for 2030, and then the priority of the community for the short term of the 4-year time frame that the TIP plan is supposed to be funding. Now, you mentioned that those two are two completely separate documents. Is the TIP plan, has that been, and under what authority is the TIP plan developed, approved, and expenditures for projects identified in the TIP plan granted? What authority and what is the current status of the TIP plan as it is connected to the 2030 master plan?
Okay, Senator, I guess I'm just trying to better understand the question. If I explained earlier about the adjudication process for the GTP and the TTIP, and what we did with both of them. So I guess if I understand your question correct, you want to know what authority we had for the approval of the GTP and or the TTIP.
Well, I know the authority for the territorial master plan, okay? I know the approval process, I know the development of that.
Okay.
What about the TTIP? Where is that in statute?
It's
that the government of Guam or the Department of Public Works is required to develop is it TTIP? Is that the correct?
Yes, the Territorial Transportation Improvement Plan.
Okay,
Yes.
so what's the statute? Where is the citation for the development of that TTIP?
Okay, the TTIP is a requirement, reporting and financial requirement of the Federal Highway CFRs, Code of Federal Regulations.
Okay.
They require that as part of your 20-year plan,
Right.
we are to, the Director of Public Works or the Department of Transportation is required to come up with an expenditure plan of that overall plan, what projects you're going to be funding
Right.
over the next 3 to 4 years.
Are they, okay, I got it now. Are they two separate documents?
Yes, they are.
Are they required to be approved under two separate processes, or is the approval of the 2030 implies and involves the approval of the TTIP? Is it part
No.
and parcel of the approval? No?
No, the 20-year plan, master plan,
Right.
requires our adjudication process with the
Yes, sir.
BSP, the
We
government.
already understand that. We know that.
The TTIP, because it is a subcomponent.
It's a component
over
of-
this approved plan.
Right.
Then the federal highway merely just needs to ensure that, one, we're consistent with the plan.
Right.
And second, that we have the requisite public hearing, and that the director signs off on this document.
Right, so the legislature is not involved
With the
in-
TTIP?
with
No.
the TTIP at all. So you can take anything in the 2030, and let's say when we did a public hearing, we did the 2030, and let's say for example, hypothetically, we came up and we said we have this 40 projects that we want to do as part of our 2030, and that we want this one to be in 5 years, this one to be 10, this one to be 20. Can the director then take that plan in the 2030 master plan and say, I'm going to move this one and put it in the TTIP? Anyone at any time?
No, it's not. It's not as simple as that.
Okay.
There's actually a vetting process for deciphering what projects go into a TTIP.
Okay, and what is that vetting process?
And the GTP, the 20-year plan, clearly outlines a priority.
Okay.
Based on the objectives of the overall document.
Okay,
And
so
that is
let's say the priorities are there,
Yeah.
and let's say you have 40 projects meeting all the criteria, safety, etc. in the first 5 years. Let's say as part of your 20-year plan, you have 40 projects that meet all the criteria. You have 40 for the first 5, 10 for the next, and 30 for 20 years. Now, let's say you only have, and that 40 is going to be $40 million total, but you only have $4 million for the first 4 years. Can you take any of those 40 projects and decide to take and put it into the $4 million and use the $4 million for those projects?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
However,
that's all.
There is a priority.
Yes,
number
that's
one,
right.
But we normally, if you deviate from the priority, then you're actually going against the grain of everything you represented in the 2030 master plan.
Yeah, but they're all within the first 5-year plan. So are you telling me then that in the 2030 master plan, we have for year number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you have no choice but to implement under the TTIP project number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in that order?
It's not based on year number 1, year number 2 expenditure on the 20-year plan. It's based on safety. So we are more apt to want to start from the top going down.
More apt to? What does that mean?
If we were to select from the bottom the least priority project and put that to the front burner, we have to provide compelling reason why we're doing that when there's other safety hazard eliminations that are more important and more of an impact to the community.
Well, let's say you have 20 safety plans.
Right.
You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you then take a TTIP plan and go 5, 6, 7, 8?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. The other...
So last question.
Last question, dale.
No, not that one. Your next question will be there.
You know, I thought I sat here and I thought all these other guys did more than 5 minutes in the first round, but I'll comply with that. You mentioned that this is all a compilation of existing statute, and there's nothing in here that gives new authority that doesn't exist. Does the Department of Public Works at this time have the authority to lease out airspace?
We need to verify that, Senator, but I don't think so.
Okay. But then you have in 8.6.10 a form for leasing out airspace. Now, you don't have any authority to lease that, yet you have a procedure and manual and process and even a form to lease out airspace, a lease agreement for airspace. If you're telling me that this is all a compilation of existing rights and authorities of the department, why would you have, and you're not allowed right now to lease airspace under existing statutes, but you do have in 8.6.10 the airspace lease process, and that it actually says you are authorized to lease and you may lease out airspace.
Yes, what the definition of airspace is really any real estate property. So currently,
No, it says any real estate any property above the highway gradient level. I thought that's what I wrote.
The definition of airspace for these purposes is the space above the property, on the property, or below. So it's really the real estate property. So leasing a real estate property, that's what it means to. I don't know why that term is used, but that's as defined also by federal code. I can search the code for the definition.
I was reading your form and I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's not in the form, but it's in the definition of the term airspace. So it doesn't mean just something floating on top.
Right.
It means the actual property.
Okay, well, it doesn't say that in the form, and so if that's not what's in the form, but you're saying that's what's in the statute, then
I can look it up. And
then that
give you
would
the
be
definition.
in conflict. So I guess I'll come back for my other questions.
Any other member that wish to speak on the first round? Yeah, but you spoke on the first round already. No, this is the first round. Any other member would like to speak on the first round, so that I'll just follow the presentation on the first round. If none, then we'll go on the second round. Senator Espadon, then Senator Ed, then Calvo, then.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to reserve my time to speak on the second round for later on in the second round. Thank you.
So noted. Then.
Thand you.
Senator Ed, then you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to hear, for clarification for record purposes, that if this acquisition of private or real property, land, for purposes of establishing our right-of-way, that if a mutual agreement cannot be reached between the government and the landowner, that then we pursue a eminent domain tract is pursued. I guess that's a politically correct way to say it, otherwise it's known as condemnation. But I just need, for record purposes, that before you go down that track, what's the legislature's role in that particular tract?
Well, first of all, if negotiations cannot be mutually arrived at between the landowner and the agency, then the agency will try to engineer around that landowner, if at all possible. We'll go around him. If that is not possible, then the next step would be to acquire it through eminent domain. All acquisition through eminent domain requires legislative approval pursuant to Guam law, specifically 21 GCA 15105. And nothing in this rights of way manual is intended or designed to change that. So legislative approval is always required. And that is actually pursuant to a public law passed last year.
My second question, well, actually two questions I'm going to pose, and then I'll just listen. One is, right now we've got a lot of situations, for example, that those two bridges in Maritzo, the public has been using Have we, does DPW have clear title of the property that the bridges are sitting on right now?
The Governor Guam has clear title probably about 75% of the land where the bridges are on. So as you go southbound, the abutments, so where the bridge is sitting on the south side, it's on private property. When we trace the deeds for the adjacent properties, they delineate an opening for the river. However, it seems that through time, the river moved location, and then the bridge was built. So half of it, at least, is on private property. And that is the existing bridge, which is very narrow, that was damaged.
Okay, so my question then is, that bridge has been there for a long time. We've actually been using a piece of private property that was not properly acquired. And so then my question is that will these right-of-way funds be available to make some kind of compensation for previous years, or is this just prospective? That's one question. The second question is, can you, at least if the best of your recollection at this point, identify where you think right-of-way acquisitions issues may be located? For example, there's the two Maritzo bridges. I don't know if there's anything on Route 4 going to Luzon. So if you can just speak to those two questions.
Okay, with respect to retroactive compensation versus prospective compensation, the retroactive is not going to be sanctioned or approved by the Federal Highway. They've explicitly conveyed that that was a GovGuam issue. What they hope to do with this right-to-way manual enactment is that now we can properly do the proper taking, proper compensation from today for at least post the enactment of this right-to-way manual going forward. So that's the first question. The second is in our cursory review of all the rights-of-way that's out there, predominantly most of the roadways down south are the areas where the government does not have explicit approval or explicit ownership of these roadways. So once this is enacted, we will obviously have to engage in the safety and hazard elimination and have an added component for consideration on the priority, and that is funding for rights-of-way acquisitions for those primary routed roads and those areas that have safety or hazard elimination issues. We're going to revisit that whole TTIP to reprioritize that. So yeah, I guess for your second question, most of our roadway acquisitions or issues are with the southern roadways. In the northern areas, we do have some where we have easements where some segments of, let's say, termini to termini, we want to upgrade this road point to point. Embedded in that area, in that point to point, we have some areas where we have 100-foot wide easement, we have 40-foot wide easements, 60 feet, 80, and so forth. End of the day, we make one of two decisions. One is, do we design based on the smallest width, let's say 40 feet, and just design for 40 feet wide improvement point to point? Or do we, based on our traffic and engineering studies, do we go out and identify the additional rights of way? Maybe a 60-foot easement is all we really need. So that 40-foot wide segment will need to be improved by an additional 20 feet, and that's the only component that we'll take. But we vet this process out in terms of our purpose, need, and design activities, and we ascertain what is the best value we can get with what we do have, or sometimes the science will force us to acquire it just because a regulation or a technical design requirement by the Federal Highway, especially if they're funding it, requires that we provide ADA compliant sidewalks, bicycle paths by our local laws, stuff like that, to get us into compliance. So I hope that answered your question, Senator.
Okay, that's the,
Could I have time for one more question?
that's.
I'm done, okay?
Yeah. And should we break up for lunch? We go before the next speaker. It's 12 o'clock, and the ethics committee is gonna meet. So, any motion to recess and what time to come back? 2 o'clock. This session is in recess until 2 o'clock.
Currently present in the legislative session hall are Senator Rector, Senator Munia Barnes, Senator Ed.D, Senator Blas, and Speaker Juan. Mr. Chairman, there is no quorum.
Take a roll. If we have quorum.
Mr. Chairman, currently present in this legislative hall is Senator Rector, yourself, Senator Munoz Barnes, Senator Blas, Speaker Wampet, Senator Agon, Senator Respicio, and Senator Palacios. There is a quorum.
All right, thank you very much. Let me just switch places here and then.
In the order of, I guess, presentation, Senator Adda, you recognize, sir?
Okay,
This
thank you,
afternoon.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, I do have two questions. Well, actually, one question, and that is on Section 2 of the bill. It has made some changes to existing statute regarding who will carry out the functions and duties of the displacement assistance requirements. So if I could ask the director to please discuss what is the underlying rationale of Section 2.
Thank you, Senator.
That's Section 2, page 2 of the bill itself. Yes.
Thank you, Senator. From our read of current statute to date, whenever there's a taking and there's a requirement for relocation of occupants of this property, normally there's compensation for the value of the property. There's an appraisal and compensation for that. And it wasn't until recently when the federal government adopted this Uniform Relocation Act, whereby it's not just the value of the property and the improvements, but also the cost for the impact caused on occupants of the property, otherwise referred to as Uniform Relocation Act. Normally, to implement that process, it has to go through the Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority processes, because they're the housing authority and they would know best how to implement and carry out the Uniform Relocation Act. What we're proposing with this statute is that we want to put the burden of responsibility for compliance and implementation of Uniform Relocation Act to the entity that's causing the impact and is requesting for the land, the property taking. And we feel that as opposed to GURA, which is another step, we feel that it's the requesting entity, in this case DPW for rights of way, that we be burdened with that cost and that activity to make sure it's carried out and complied with. This federal act is complied with. So that's merely our main focus with that change, is to just put the burden with the entity that's causing the impact.
But otherwise, the procedures that they go through remain the same.
That's correct.
And so far as the assistance to be provided. And I noticed that the flow chart does very clearly spell out the actions that are taken if there are displacees and if there are no displacees or anything. It's escaped my mind. Just give me a minute, Mr. Chairman. I lost my train of thought. On this procedures manual, who are really the agencies that would be using this manual? I mean, I would seem that the ones that will be seeking right-of-ways or I guess easements for that, would this apply to easements also?
I'm sorry?
Would this apply to easements?
Yes, yes.
So then, the users of this manual would be DPW, Guam Power Authority, and Guam Waterworks. Is there any other government agency that would be using this? I can't think of anybody else who would be.
Predominantly, we're dealing with, again, entities that would need an easement, or entities to require some kind of access way to a given property. So in this case, DPW will be charged with creating the utility and public easement. In the case of the utilities, the power, water, wastewater, telephone, cable, and so forth, they would also be guided by this same manual if they want to acquire any property for establishing an easement for their purposes. Same would apply for even the military. Once this is enacted, the military or any federal entity that wants to engage in establishing an easement for whatever reason, they would have to go through this iteration, this process, because it is the local law of how lands are to be acquired. For the most part, Senator, I do want to share that we're dealing with the rights of way, but if you think about it for a minute, most land takings have to go through the same process anyway, be it for an easement or be it for building a government vertical building. They have to go to the legislature to get their approval. They have to, there's appraisals, there's surveys, there's iterations or steps that they have to take up until the point when they can actually acquire the property. They have to go through the court system, you know, all the codified language out there and requirements by the courts and so forth. They would have to go through that process also. So for the most part, albeit we establish it for transportation-related activities, which is predominantly rights of way, if you reflect on it in a minute, most land takings by the government for its use has to go through pretty much most of the same processes.
One final question is, Route 4 towards the south, as you get down past Jotnya, that road there has been improved, or just before you get down to Elig Bridge. From that point forward, the road is really in need of repair and has been for a long time. Now, is there any particular reason why DPW has not done any significant maintenance work on those roads, such as resurfacing, strengthening? Is it because of the lack of local funds?
It's for a myriad of reasons. One is we can't improve the road unless we own the road, unless we own the property.
If you're going to use federal money.
If you're going to use, actually even local monies. There's a law that prohibits DPW from doing improvements to any road unless it can definitively demonstrate that it owns the property. So local and federal law applies. Specific to just that road, we've done some research, and a lot of that roadway actually has not been deeded over or properly taken by the government, and compensation has not been made. We understand that Senator Nelson came up with some law that required land management to go out there and define these outstanding rights of way issues, and there was even a movement to appropriate, there was even a measure that actually appropriated funds to the court for proper compensation, but a lot of the property owners never claimed it. So just specific to that road, there's a lot of areas where property owners are still paying tax on it. We don't have the ability to exercise prescriptive rights, and for all those reasons is where DPW for decades past has not been able to do any improvements. The other issues that you talk about is there's not enough money. Well, the appropriation for land taking was insufficient in that bill for land taking. Secondly, for the improvements, we never, almost never have enough funds to actually do the improvements on the roadways. At least for the last 5 years, upon my witness, and even reading further back, we've not had any substantial appropriation for improvements. So a lot of those southern roads have actually, including Route 4, have gone by the wayside for those two reasons. We don't own the rights of way, and two, we've not received the appropriation to do the improvement.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, you're welcome. Senator Calvo's not here. We'll just skip him for now. The next on the list is Senator Rector. The second round, sir. 5 minutes. You're
Thank you,
recognized.
Mr. Chair. Look, this whole issue about transparency in lands still obviously concerns me, and I'm sure concerns my colleagues as well. Nobody wants to put themselves in a situation where they could inadvertently look like they were helping to facilitate the purchase of property that they would not otherwise be able to sell, because it's a 6-foot wide easement that's been sitting there for years, or that something the government's been using and nobody knows. These things can just happen. So I'm going to ask, and I'm just going to keep this simple because I know some of my colleagues are far greater experts on the law and the takings of lands and the buyings of lands and easements than I. But if I could get a list that is pretty easy for everybody to follow on the properties that are currently identified in the T-tip, right? Is that the right term?
Yes.
The T-tip. And then you had also mentioned that there's a bunch of other properties in the 30-year plan that once this passes, you're going to move down to the T-tip. So if you could give me a rough estimate, say, the possible projects in, say, the next 5 years. I mean, obviously, we know you won't be able to cover everything because needs change and things happen. If somebody doesn't want to sell, you might reroute the thing and sell the property, buy the property from somebody that you might. So, I mean, I understand it's impossible to cover every possible contingency, but as long as we make a good faith effort in identifying the property that is potentially going to be purchased in the next 5 years, or that we'd want to purchase in the next 5 years and deliver it to me and my colleagues, I think it would make our lives a lot easier to follow the law.
If I can offer one activity that's occurring right now, we are developing a asset mapping geographical information system that basically outlays all the land of this island, who owns what, and then juxtapose the layer for the roads that we do own, the power, the water, the wastewater, all these layers of information, and even the description and affidavits associated with who owns what property. That's still ongoing. The completion for that won't be till, I would say, the end of this month, early part of next month. And it's a system that we developed to do the first level of planning in terms of ascertaining, the description I gave, termini to termini, how wide are the widths, 100 feet, 40 feet, and so forth, first. And secondly, if the smallest width is 40 feet, can we design within that 40 feet? In other words, we're really working aggressively knowing that we only get 20 million a year to design and build within what we absolutely own. Anytime we're going to go beyond that, that's where we're taking away money from construction towards purchasing land. So we're really identifying what it is island-wide. It's not ready to disseminate to the senators, at least with some legible reading. But we can, I will represent, we can give it to you, to this body, for the end of this year. We can give you a nice access. We'll probably even do a presentation to you where you can access it by website and pull up any termini to termini segment of road, and you can see who are the property owners. We can even do a database bill and everything to help you. But at this juncture, Senator, we don't have that readily available for the 20-year plan. And in the 4-year sub-plan, in the first TTIP, we've actually pulled projects out because we found out that there was rights-of-way acquisition issues, so we decided not to work on them and just work on.
So, Senator, if I just may, sure. They are making copies of the currently approved TTIP, which shows what road segments are going to be worked on, and then from there, maybe you might be able to see.
Now, but that being the case, Larry just said that some of those projects have been pulled out. So the one you're making currently, does that include the projects that?
Well, whatever is on the T-tip, so it wouldn't reflect what they pulled out.
Look, here we go. It's I appreciate what you're doing and like having that available towards the end of the year, but the way this law reads currently is that a senator must disclose prior to voting on the issue in writing. That's the way Public Law 3030 goes. So before anybody in this room can vote on a piece of a property that might in some way, because it's pretty broad the way it's written. I mean, your brother-in-law's kids might have a piece of land that somehow is part of this, and if they don't disclose and put forth a good faith effort to find out if they're, then they really shouldn't vote, and it puts somebody in a very careful, a very hard ethical dilemma. Now, for me, like I said, I'm not concerned, but I know lots of folks in this room own lots of land, and their families own lots of land, and it could cause a problem with the vote. So I'm going to leave that up to you. Like I said, I'm clean and clear, but if it was me and I had a big family on island with lots of connections and lots of land, I sure as shoot wouldn't vote on anything like this without at least having a rough idea whether any of my family's land might be in line to be purchased. So I'll leave that up to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Calvo?
Yeah, there's a document that was passed. I guess is this part of it does mention Guam ROW status, and then it shows with the yellow or greenish yellow lines existing ROW, and then it has an orange lines the ROW issues. Am I to assume then, again, just in the same vein as the earlier speaker, senator had spoke, the areas in orange are the ones that are areas of issues when it comes to rights of way? And I look at some roads in the southern, they're all their main highways.
Matt, can I have a copy of that, please?
Yeah, I think this has been passed out, right?
Yes, that map was intended to show where current rights of way exists, but have issues associated with them, and that they were not properly acquired.
Oh, so
we did pass this out last Friday. It was a colored map that you have. And so as you can see, for example, the road from Retidian, from Potts Junction going down to Uruno, that's a right-of-way that...
issues with ownership, right?
No, that's military.
That's military.
But it's the one down south primarily. Maybe you can go and explain this map.
And the reason I bring this up, because there's been some questions as to what are we talking, a concern by the earlier senator about, potential conflicts of interest. Like I said, whether it comes to a mom, a dad, a brother, a sister, a cousin, for all of us that have extended family in Guam, that is an issue. For some folks, that were born off island and don't have any ties to this island other than an apartment they're renting or something. But I think it is an issue based on if there is a concern in regards to conflicts of interest based on the earlier laws that have been passed. And I do note that this is the only piece of information we have here, and it does says ROW issues, and there's parts of Route 4 in the south, 12A, 33, 34, 3A. In fact, I'm not even...
Senator, if you like...
yes, please, if someone can explain, maybe, is this something concerned about?
As I read the projects that were listed, the routes that were listed, and looking at the map, there is existing rights of way, and where it says rights of way issues, the color code of orange, those are ones where we've done some work in the area, and we've definitively determined that we do have rights of way issues in terms of it being sufficient, in terms of width, and in terms of establishing appurtenances on the road that we need to take a look at. But for purposes of at least the scale of this map, a lot of these roads, we've not done the detail, purpose, need, and design work to ascertain whether we need an additional 2 square feet more, or we need to change the design. There's some areas where we're dealing not just with road, but actually horizontal activities and features like ponding basins, signage, sidewalks. I gave the example of building a roadway segment, termini to termini, where we may have rights of way 100 feet wide, 40 foot wide, 60, 80 feet, 100 feet. This will show, what I just described will show as a yellow, because we do have rights of way. But whether we have sufficient rights of way, and whether we need to do the rights of way acquisition for additional rights of way, that would not display itself in this map.
So, again, the issues, when you look at the orange, the potentiality looking forward is that there are more areas of potential rights of way issues other than what's outlined in the orange.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Calvo was the last one. Senator Spaldon and Senator Guthertz. Senator?
Larry, how will this guidebook impact people living on Tijen in those houses that you folks have identified with the airport that need to be vacated?
Actually, this manual would actually help them in the sense that in the event that we need to do some land taking, again, that's still an iterative process now. We don't know what's going to happen, if any. But in the event we do need to go down that path, then we will fully recognize Public Law 26100, which did that transfer, the deeds that were associated with it, and implement the necessary activities as part of this rights-of-way manual to do the actual survey, the appraisals, and the corresponding compensation that will ensue from that, all through the rights-of-way process. So if anything, this manual would actually help them, will actually force everybody to follow the steps to get to that end.
So in other words, because I've heard from the airport, I met with the airport people and they told me that they have no wiggle room around the issue, from what I understand, that to relocate or to move those people. That the FAA is being very strict. And they are not looking at a compromise. That's what I was told. Now, is that information the same information you have?
That was the initial standing with the airport, and we treat the airport as one of the stakeholders for that roadway. You know, I do want to report that we're working, vetting out the process, and we're working out all the details in terms of meets and bounds and their actual property bounds and their contribution to this roadway.
Are they going to be able to stay there? Those people that have that property?
We are working towards that end, absolutely.
Okay. Now,
we fully recognize 26100.
Okay. Now, the other question. Well, I understand that, but you still may need to condemn. That's what you're saying.
Yes, there's a possibility, and again, we're vetting that process out with the original landowners, the Tijen Parkway owners that Public Law 26100 gave them back their properties.
Right.
So we're having detailed dialogue with them, basically understanding what their specific nuances are, what they understand their lease to be, and even have the discussion of what are deal makers, deal breakers. In other words, they may have a situation, but by creation of this Tijen Parkway, this may actually better their situation in terms of zoning, accessibility, utilities, and the list goes on. So we're working with each one of the property owners, including the airport.
Right. And so you're actually designing this road?
We're not designing it yet. We're still working out the negotiations, if you will, with everybody. We want to make sure that this is a win-win for all. You know, everybody's got to give a little bit, but at the end of the day, we've not come to a position where we're going to commence the designing yet. There's no design being done right now.
Just one more thing on that, quickly. I understand this design will cut off the public from being able to go through Tijen from the Barrigada side. Is that correct?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely
so they'll still be
not.
able to access the airport from Barrigada?
That's one of our conditions,
Good.
absolutely.
Okay. Now, my last point is this, very simple. We're talking about easements. Is it not the case that Public Works has some issues for property that was taken, but for which no easement was obtained over the years?
Senator, I'm getting a myriad of inquiries about these things, and it happened many years, if not decades past. There's been a lot of improper taking by our government. Some of the remedies have actually been had in this body, you know, as far as compensation, identifying land exchanges and the like. But yes, Public Works is beginning to see an inordinate amount of requests and inquiries regarding that same the same type of conditions, dilemmas that you're having.
How do you handle that when you get, that's brought to your attention?
Yeah.
How do you handle that? What is the procedure at Public Works?
I course that through our rights of way folks to take a look at the statute that's out there that governs this thing. As you want to know, all these land exchanges have to occur with, or compensation has to occur with statute. And we also take a look at what's happening with the courts and see whether there's been any payment made. They just have yet to pick up the check. But normally our rights of way folks would do the research and get back with a formal reply to the customer of what's the outstanding issue. And if it's in our court, definitely, we've even done some areas, some remedies where we would allocate it's a prior year obligation that we have yet to compensate for. We just need appropriations of funds, and that may be one of the remedies. But we also, through another process, is through the Chamorro Land Trust Commission. There's also requests and land management processes where we can actually identify the properties to do the formal land exchange. But those are more bureaucratic procedural activities that land management and/or DPW will embark and provide a next step or a proposed remedy for this.
So that's not covered in this document?
This is more on a prospective basis.
Acquisition, right?
Yeah, as far as retroactive, I think that has to take it. It may fall into this procedure if we find out that they haven't done anything, and then we start anew. But it's going to be it has to be reflected in a need for DPW. Meaning, as of this juncture, do we need this property for its transportation program? Then we will go through that process, the same rights of way manual, and/or the current process that we do to acquire land with land management. But no, Senator, it's not a retroactive thing. It's more going forward.
Well, I just bring that to your attention because I know with this, should this pass, that's going to be one of the big issues with the public, that the government has not done right by many people, taking land without approval or without proper authority and just using it and not compensating people for it.
Yeah.
So we got to look at that, how we're going to handle that, because now we're saying we're going to give Public Works the authority if they need to condemn land, and yet we still haven't corrected the deficiencies of the past. I just bring that up for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. I don't have any more members on the list who wanted to ask questions. No, there's nobody else. Huh? Oh, I don't know, Senator. I thought you were on there in the first round, but if you have questions, no problem. There's nobody else. It's on the list before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First you cut me off, then now you don't want me to ask the second round?
No, Senator.
Feradi Malabida.
Gaya gini na mulo sta mat check off gini pesu interpret zuna sta nagmen komento solo. Por favor, consigue.
Yeah. Larry, I'm just going to go down the list. Has the government of Guam ever acquired property using federal funds before the passage of this act?
I can't speak on behalf of the government of Guam as a whole.
Has DPW ever acquired any property for road construction prior to the passage of this act, of this proposed rights-of-way manual?
No, and as far back as the beginning of the Camacho Moreland administration, no.
So there's never been any use of federal funds for road improvement, which included the acquisition of rights-of-way of property for that road improvement?
No, there has not been.
So if you say there's existing statute to acquire property, where is it? You're saying you're doing this because you just wanted to compile all this authority to acquire property under statutes and regulation, but if it's never been done before, then where are those? Why?
No.
Any reason why?
No, we've not. The only reason why we're even before this body is that there's a requirement that if you want to use federal funds to acquire rights of way,
Yes.
then you will need to enact a rights of way manual. That's
Right.
the only reason why
So-
we're here.
So every construction project for roads using federal funds have not included any use of federal funds to acquire any portion of properties.
No. No.
Maybe I'm wrong, Larry, but maybe you can fill me in. You know, the airport road where Home Depot and that area is going into Teton, and then that is Route 10,
It's Route 10A,
right?
otherwise known as Talan Pasajero.
Right, but didn't, I guess, weren't those wasn't that road, and there was some exchange or some MOU
Yes.
that was done, and didn't that have federal grant funding? I mean, I'm just
No,
wanting to make sure.
That was and Sandy can speak to the legal details, but my understanding through Budget Act, I think 2868, the right of way used to belong completely to DPW, and what happened was there was a incident that occurred with Tutuhan Park up here in Agana Heights, and because of some inspector general or some kind of report, there had to be an offset of that use of airport funds to do a government project at Tutuhan Park. And now we're, in exchange, there had to be an asset given to the airport. And that's why that whole Talan Pasajero from Route 10A, from Route 1, 10A intersection, up to the Triangle Court or the first intersection, that whole segment was transferred to the airport as an asset. So that's the only thing I know of that whole incident. But it never had it had nothing to do with a federal acquisition for road construction. It was more, from my read, an accounting offset.
Also, you know, with respect to Route 10A, title to Route 10A does not belong to the government of Guam or to the airport. That is an easement, a perpetual easement that was given by the Mendiola family to the United States, and the United States held it as an easement. Then the United States transferred their possession and use of that easement to the government of Guam, which then transferred it to DPW. But basically, it's still a perpetual easement. And what that means is that if the easement is ever not used or is abandoned, then the Mendiola family gets it back, because they still own title. An easement doesn't transfer title, it just transfers, it just gives use, the right to use it. So, in answer to Senator Pangalinan's questions, federal funds were not used to acquire Route 10A, which I think that was the original question.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
No, well, not 10A, just any road project at all. We've never used federal funds to improve any road project.
Yeah, can I
That-
say, in the 1950s, this goes way back, the naval government did have several condemnation projects that acquired the main roadways using federal funds, and those roadways, the main roadways, were acquired with federal funds, and then when after the Organic Act of Guam, they were transferred to the ownership of the government of Guam. So those roads were acquired with federal funds, but under different rules and regulations that what are in place right now. So, like the requirement of having right-of-way manual, that was not there yet when that was performed. So yes, some federal funds have been used under different regulations than what's in place right now.
Yeah, my question really doesn't
More
go back-
recent, yeah.
Yes,
More recent,
you know, within the civilian government
within-
post-Organic Act, you might want to say.
Within recently, no federal highway funds have been used, but the government one does have the authority to acquire property under existing statutes. So we're not adding a statute that will allow Governor Guam to acquire property. We're just facilitating the use of federal highway funds for that purpose.
If I may expand on that a little bit, I can speak on behalf of Public Works, and within the last 7 years that we've not done this activity, that we've been advised that the CFRs, the Code of Federal Regulations, require that we do this manual before we do acquisition, otherwise it would not happen. But under other federal dollars, other federal entities, there have been, outside of Public Works, there have been federal dollars like FEMA dollars allocated to secure a property. For example, the land management story, the FEMA dollars were allocated for the demolition of that building and all these other assets, if you will. And the representation is that you will get land, and these dollars will be used to match for construction. So, there's some deviations, variations.
Yeah, my only question is, under the authorities to be vested in Department of Public Works in this rights-of-way manual, has the government of Guam ever used any federal dollars for road construction projects that would be under the same authorities granted in here prior to before this will be put in place?
No.
So we've never been able to use any federal dollars at all?
We
only on existing rights-of-ways?
That's correct.
That's right. And there can be no improvement of those, maybe just resurfacing. You couldn't widen because if you needed to acquire the property.
Not even resurfacing.
Not even resurfacing.
Not even signage, not even guardrails, not even, we can't spend 1 penny of federal highway dollars on any of these roads where there's questionable ownership.
Okay. And of the federal dollars that are going to be available covered under this TTIP and the 2030 master plan, how much is available for construction? How much is available, and how much is available for PMT? How much is available for acquisition? That would be then spent according to DPW's 2030, TTIP, and this rights-of-way manual.
Okay, the estimates that were crafted on the 20-year plan included a percentage for consultant work, and the support and the actual construction. There was a 2% allocation of the total estimate that was for potential rights-of-way acquisition. Not to say there was or was not a need for rights-of-way acquisition, but it was more of a contingency. From that 60,000-foot level, and knowing that we didn't have this GIS system in place to even be more concise on how much rights-of-way would be needed, if any, we decided to generalize it at that level. But when we go to the 4-year plan level, we do a little bit more work in terms of the GIS system and in terms of surveyors and land management's involvements of, clearly defining of what projects need to be improved for safety. Of those projects in the 4-year plan, what is our right-of-way situation? We have to define that. And when we define it at that level, that's when we determine whether we continue.
What is that definition then?
The definition is the termini to termini, whether or not we have sufficient right-of-way width.
I know when you say you define it, that means you're going to put a dollar amount to it, right? What's that dollar amount in this 4-year plan?
It's the 4-year plan is going to be an estimate.
What is that estimate?
That estimate, let me see. I don't have the definitive of, I have to talk to the consultants of how they derive that definitive.
What is that estimate?
Typically about 10% of the construction cost. So if you have $20 million allocated per year, we'll be talking about $2 million per year.
So is that what we have, 20 million a year for the TTIP?
Is that it?
No.
Or is that,
No.
or is that just a regular grant amount?
No, the amount is an estimate figure, but when we actually do the procedure, where
What
we
is
get
the
the appraisal,
amount of, what is the amount of dollars we're talking about for road construction that if we're going to construct, it's going to be governed by federal grants, by TTIP, by this?
Not allocated.
Now, if I can explain the process, we exhaust every effort to not have to acquire rights of way. So we don't necessarily budget at the forefront.
But in here, there's like advanced acquisition and all that. Anyway, I saw a list, Larry, of these projects. What are these projects? 120 million, 130 million?
There's a composite right now of about, including all the ARA grants, about roughly $230 million worth of projects.
Is that for 4 years?
That's for 4 years, yes.
So 230 million.
Right. And again, I'm including Department of Defense. We're talking ARA funds, and these, there's 2 sets of ARA funds.
Yeah.
And
this is money in the bank.
No, these are monies that.
Applications?
Money in the bank is about 160 million.
160 million.
Right.
That's money in the bank right now.
Yes, money in the bank.
We don't do anything at all. We get that money.
Well, we have it already.
We already have it.
Yeah.
Okay. And how much of the 160 is reserved? Have you reserved for PMT?
Each of the contracts right now are pegging at about 19.2 million each, so about 38.4.
So $38 million of the 160, which is almost 25%, is for PMT? And so that means that money will not be available for construction?
That's right, sir.
Okay.
That's normal industry procedures.
25%?
No, yes, it's about 30% is the estimate from cradle to grave of everything up until construction. Again, I'm talking cradle to grave of every activity associated so that you have a bid construction ready document.
So just to get us to bid, we have to spend of 160 million of projects, just to get us to the point where we can bid the project, not even talking about land acquisition. We're talking about 25% of that has to be spent for that purpose?
That's industry practice. That's how it normally works.
Including design? Not including
It's everything.
design.
Yes, it's everything. It's that's what I'm saying. There's the construction cost, the actual cost to build it. Everything else is the 30%.
I understand what you're talking about. I'm just asking because I'm not sure that. Okay, I wasn't aware that was the industry standard. So
yes, it is, sir.
I guess we'll have to take a look at that. How much then of the remaining $120 million do you anticipate needing to acquire property? And where do you anticipate of the $120 million remaining where you will do actual construction? Where are those?
Okay, that should be in our T-tip. If you give me a second, because it's reach a lot of documents, but actually probably what will be more constructive.
And I guess I'm not, I'm more interested in the roads themselves, not the because I understand we have a $7 million project for guardrails or something like that. So I'm not interested in the guardrails. I'm interested in the actual new roads, resurfaced roads, and so forth. Where would those be?
Okay. Definitely there's rights-of-way on the 2 bridges, rights-of-way acquisition required for the 2 bridges that was mentioned earlier.
In Malesto.
The Pico and Billy bridges.
Now, Larry, you mentioned that we only own one, the government of Guam only owns one property enough for 1 lane. Is that correct?
I said we need to acquire property, and that's why the Federal Highway was willing to pay for only 1 lane until we define or until we acquire more land for the 2 lanes. We don't have enough for 2 lanes.
We don't have enough for 2
lanes. No, we do not.
Okay. Now, and the bridge is what? 30 feet long, 40 feet long maybe? Not even that?
Roughly, yes.
Yeah. So the property then past the bridge where people are traveling using 2 lanes, who owns the 2nd lane?
Part of it's on private property, sir.
And yet we're still using that.
That's correct. Part of the actual road is on private property, and if you take the road between the 2 bridges, a section of it, all of it, both lanes are on private property, sir.
And are we going to acquire all of that with the project?
No, what this project, the funds that are allocated are proposing to acquire only the minimum necessary footprint for the improvements
Why?
as per federal highway guidance.
See, now you're
So-
telling me we got to build a bridge. Between the two bridges is private property. We can't repair the bridge without this because we need to fix 2 lanes in the bridge. We only have room for 1. But in between that, why do I need this if I'm not going to solve that problem?
We submitted a preliminary estimate of the square foot between both bridges to get the ultimate 60-foot right-of-way. That's what we anticipate. That's the ideal amount of right-of-way between, even from the approaches of the 2 bridges, so going a little bit beyond the bridges. And Federal Highway, who is the financer, they saw the price tag and said, well, it's excessive. Can we design around it to minimize the amount of takings that are required? And so the project's not gone, the engineering, far enough to determine the exact impacts, but our approach at this time was to minimize the amount of land that was necessary for the takings, just what's necessary to improve the bridge on both bridges, on both sides, and along the river. And the intent was to limit it at that point. Now, the project's still open, so we
Are you doing that just so because you want to take that money and use it somewhere else? Or are you doing that because what?
We are doing that because the priority for our overall program is address those safety and hazard elimination issues now. That's the priority. So,
So making sure that the roadway in between the 2 bridges is in the control of the government of Guam, we can go in there, legally improve it, and do everything else, is not a priority for health and safety of connecting those 2 bridges and traversing that area.
Actually, I'm not saying that. I'm actually saying the converse, and that is all the roadways throughout our island could use improvement, but in the priority scheme of things, the bridge needs to be repaired has more priority versus reconstructing a roadway that is not as threatening than a bridge collapsing.
I know, but you would repair the bridge, of course, because
Well,
that's a
if-
priority. But I'm saying, why do you want to just you're telling me you need this so you can do things right, but in that situation, this thing's not going to improve the owners of those properties and the fact that the government continues to take their property. It's not going to make federal dollars available for the acquisition of rights of way for that project so that we're able to take it and use it and resolve the problem of rights of way there. You're telling me you need this so that you can resolve the problems of rights of ways when you need rights of ways using federal dollars. But somehow, at least for that area, you've decided that you're not going to do that for the connecting segment. You're not going to do that for the approach, and you're just going to do it for the bridge, and then you're going to go somewhere else.
To other more pressing emergency situation. In fact, we only get 20 million a year, Senator. So
I thought you got 120 million in the bank.
Those
plus another 100 million from ARA.
Yes, and those have already been identified for projects that are priority number 1, urgent, emergent. Going forward,
does that have anything to do with widening these bridges for the landfill and all that?
Yes, there's monies in there earmarked.
So
for
you're
that.
gonna now you're now gonna take federal dollars and use them. Are you gonna acquire rights of ways to fix those things for the landfill?
I understand that there's in the Elec Bridge there is some potential for rights of way taking. The amount I don't know right off the bat.
So you're not willing to use the federal dollars for the Molesto, but you're willing to do it for the landfill, to use those, using this, which you say you need to do to resolve rights of way issues using federal dollars.
Actually,
see, that's why for me, this thing is like cart before the horse. I want to see, when I give you this authority to do this and move forward, I want to know where you're going to use them and how you're going to use the authority here to resolve rights of way issue that our people have been facing with regards to the taking of this government and the use of their property for roadways, and the government has not resolved the issue, either because of lack of resources or we just haven't moved forward on these things. Some people have gotten them resolved through other methods, but we have this opportunity with this huge pot of money. Supposedly, I thought I heard earlier this morning, $1.5 billion, of this money that's going to come to us over 20 years. Man, I think that we could resolve a lot of these things, but now you're telling me that with the authority I'm going to grant to the DPW in this, you're not going to do some of the things that I think are a priority. Had I reviewed the 2030 master plan in this body in a manner that we can amend it here, we would have prioritized that. Had we looked at the T-tip in a manner that we can approve in this body, we would have prioritized that. I think, these people have gone neglected, and now that we're going to give all this authority over and have you exercise it, the priorities to me are not reflecting where and using and maximizing the federal dollars available for resolution of these things that we haven't been able to resolve, given this windfall, if you want to say, of these federal dollars. And I'm concerned about that. So that's one of the things that I have. The other thing is, has there been any case in the implementation of the T-tip or the 2030 where the property will be condemned, which will not come down to the legislature because of the approval of these plans? Are there, I'm just for the record again, do you see any situation in the implementation of the T-tip or the 2030 master plan where property will be condemned which will not come down to the legislature because of the approval of these plans and this right-of-way manual?
Absolutely not, Senator. Every activity in terms of land taking, condemnation, eminent domain, has to go before this body. Every document, every activity that comes out of the DPW will comply with this rights-of-way manual, procedure manual, which explicitly requires that we go before this body for its ultimate blessing.
Are there any differences in the current procedures available for negotiations and such, and any authorities that are different in the processes of these negotiation for the acquisition of private property, for the use of transportation roadways on Guam, that exist in this manual that is currently do not exist in whatever system you use right now?
No. I think if anything, with respect to the eminent domain, which is what you're asking about, I think...
No, not even an eminent domain anymore. I'm saying in the processes here for the acquisition of property, negotiations, et cetera, any other process that is in this manual right now, is there any process that is different in here from what has been done in the past under the existing authorities? Is there anything different that's in here in those processes that is not existing today?
No, sir. If anything,
So there's
it
no-
just specifies and puts it in writing a lot of the activities that have been done by DPW, which were not detailed enough. So it puts it in writing. This assures that going forward, even if there's personnel change in DPW, they will continue to follow the same procedures. 'Cause some of the procedures are not detailed enough, where it lives in the past, where it left some interpretation. Now it will be detailed to a certain degree where it guides the personnel in DPW as to what steps need to be followed. But there are no new procedures, it's just detailing.
Yes, I
and
mean,
specifying.
I guess I could say yes, they are different, and they are different in the sense that things that used to be sort of unwritten and would change with the wind depending on who was director or which administration was in power are now written out. And I personally, I think that's probably a good thing, so that it takes, gives some stability and that people know what to expect, whereas before, sometimes it's just internal policies so, I mean, it's really hard. It's a comprehensive document. At the beginning of each chapter, we've put out the specific code sections where those sections were drawn from, and tried to kind of put it in layman's language.
So, everything in here is tied to current statute. For example, when I handed over the ethics rules to Senator Gutherz, you looked at every rule, and every rule had a citation to statute or standing rules. Is that possible to do with this?
I think it has sort of been done in maybe not line by line or section by section, but right at the front, yes, it's been cited there. Right at the very beginning of each chapter, you'll see an authorities, and then it would list where it came from. But I guess you're asking that under each paragraph, where was the source?
Right,
for that.
or at least
Sure,
each
it
beginning.
can be done, yes. I mean, in answer, anything is possible and anything can be done.
Okay.
It's just a very, yes, like that. So, like, I'm looking here right now and it'll say authority, and it's telling me where those sections came from. But if you're asking where does each one,
Right.
yeah, I guess it could be put in, it would just take
Because
time, but it's possible, yes.
Because when I read some of that authority, it's not specific to the procedure. And I couldn't tell you off the top of my head right now which one, but I know that I read some of this and went back to the statute. For example, well, let's just say the Chamorro Land Trust. You cite that the authority for the granting of roadways should be considered with 21-15-701C1. Yet, if you go back to that really doesn't allow for roadways. You know what I mean? So trying to tie that statute to the procedure in here, that now you're saying you're going to be able to take property from the Chamorro Land Trust under that provision is a provision that doesn't allow it to be used for that purpose. And it just says it must be considered, but I don't know what that means. You know what I mean? It must be considered that you can't do it, yet you're saying consider it and do it. So when you say, yes, I'm looking at that one, and it doesn't tie, in my mind, in my review, in my reading. There's also in 7.41 or 7.4.11, when you take a look at the Chamorro Land Trust, there's no value credit given for the land in the acquisition of the improvement on that land, if it's Chamorro Land Trust property. And I don't understand, that reason that there is no credit given to that. Maybe there should be no credit given to the landowner or the lessee, but there should be some kind of credit to the trust itself. When you take the property and so forth, so somehow there's got to be some kind of credit for that. And then you reference things in like the purchasers in like 8.22. You reference for example, I just don't know who else the purchasers would be in when you go to, for example, 8.22. on a, and I may have, you kind of talk about the department, GSA, for example, under negotiated sale, definition under 822, it's actually definitions under 8.2, negotiated sale, for example, the direct sale to the public of property acquired by the department and owned by the territory of Guam and determined to be surplus. That's for negotiated sale, the sales price is reached by agreement between the Department of Administration, General Services Administration, and the purchaser. Is that DPW?
No, what it's talking about in this chapter is about not real estate property, but private property that was within the real estate property that was acquired. Let me give you an example. DPW acquires a property for right-of-way purposes, and there's a house in it. So the full payment for the house is made for the whole lot. So before demolishing the house, we find that inside the house there are beds and furniture, for instance. Mm-hmm. So the furniture now belongs to Governor Guam, and that's declared to be surplus property because it's not going to be used for the roadway. So the selling of this private property that belongs to Governor Guam is best handled through GSA to be sold to the public. That's what it's talking about. Personal property that was acquired through the right-of-way process, but it's really not right-of-way, it's surplus property. So what happens with it? That's what this chapter is talking about. Undivided would be a private entity interested in purchasing, that furniture or private property that was within the lot.
Okay. Is this rights of way manual was developed brand new, modeled after some jurisdiction? Which one?
The Federal Highway Administration asked us to use the Florida right-of-way manual as a starting point.
Any reason?
Because different states have the authority to modify, and Florida is probably the closest to the federal requirements with the least amount of changes or modifications. So it was a good starting point.
Could be the places the landowner in the weakest position?
No, not at all. No, that would be against the federal highway guidelines and
well, the federal government wants to maximize the use of its dollars, right?
No, sir, no, that's not the case.
So could it be this is where it would be the one where the landowner has the most favorable standing in light of request to acquire?
What I feel is that because Florida is the one that has the least changes. I'm more familiar with the Texas, but I know that one has more changes than Florida to specific state laws. So it was just to be an easier starting point. Now from there until the document that you have in hand, many changes and many reviews came about in order to conform to Guam reality and Guam law. For instance, Florida makes reference to cities and counties, which you got villages here, but the village mayors or villages per se, they don't own real estate or right-of-ways. So we had to conform to the reality in Guam. And so if you were to pick the Florida manual and compare to this one, you're going to see big differences. But that was the starting point.
Okay. Can the department use this manual then? You're telling us you need this so that you can use federal dollars to acquire property to improve the roads of the government of Guam. Is that limited to just the roads that fall under, that qualify for federal highway funds, or does it allow you to acquire any piece of property for road purposes?
The answer is yes, Senator, for both of those. And the reason being is in August 2005, there was an adoption of the Highway Reauthorization Safety Law, and it basically opened up the Pandora's box, if you will, that you can use federal highway funds for all roadways, including village streets, secondary connector roads. So we can use it for everything. This manual is just to allow for the process to program monies.
Including Chamorro Land Trust roads?
Yes, absolutely.
So why haven't we constructed one single road using federal highway funds on Chamorro Land Trust Road?
For one, I know there's been, that's its own story, but if Chamorro Land Trust has identified all its properties and all the roadways that it needs, and when we had the public hearings, if they remitted those requirements to us, we would have incorporated in that. What we're doing now, Senator, is in the Village Street master plans, we are actually going out there and soliciting all those roads and even going to the Chamorro Land Trust Commission to include their roadway requirements.
But I thought in my attendance at one of those presentations that those village street plans that were presented, I thought the representation was that the federal funds were not available and we don't have any money for those village streets.
I'm not sure who represented that, but I've constantly reminded the bodies that, or in the hearings that all roadways on Guam are eligible for federal highway funding, provided we own the rights of way and provided it's in the priority scheme, the scientific study of the GTP or the T-tips. And I know that the Chamorro Land Trust Commission roadway requirements are folded into our territorial or our village street master plan, which was finalized, the last day for comment was September 30. I have been assured that Chamorro Land Trust roadways are in there.
Are there any Chamorro Land Trust roadways in the T-tip?
No, not right now.
Senator, will you yield to?
Yeah.
And then I'll come back.
And again, that's one of my concerns, is this, we're giving you this and you can go run, and we got nothing else to say with regards to where those monies are going to go and where the priorities are from this body in terms of its authority vested in this body with regards to the review of these master plans. So I'm very concerned about that.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Uggan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and folks, I hope that you indulge me just a little because obviously I was not present during the course of most of the discussion this morning. But just to follow up on a few of the questions that the previous speaker had inquired about, first of all, with the Melesu project, how long has that particular project been reviewed, on the table, and been worked on in terms of ultimately reaching a solution?
The project first came to our attention when it was the bridge was failing. That was over 2.5 years ago, if not 3 years ago. We did the immediate emergency declaration and use of federal funds to temporarily fix that. In parallel to that, we were just launching our 2030 GTP and our T-tips. So we were going down that path, and in parallel also, we were creating our asset mapping GIS to ascertain where we own rights of way. So at some point, all those three activities came to a point where now we have a better feel for all the projects that are out there, and we've ascertained that we know what we need.
So when was the point of time when in fact you had a better feel of the entire process?
I would say within the last 6 months, 6 to 9 months. Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, I know you know where I'm possibly going with this. You look at the bridge having had to be closed to a single lane 2.5 years ago, with all of your sidebars and additional work that had to be completed. You felt comfortable that about 6 or 8 months ago that you had reached a point where in fact you could have proceeded. In this case, you're going through perhaps the RFP. I mean, I am just extremely concerned because we had brought this up during the discussion of the rights of way in Melesu. Extremely concerned about why the process has taken this long. I'm of the opinion, and I'm almost sure that I'm 110% correct, that if in fact these bridge projects had been an issue either in the central part of the island or the northern part of the island, then they would have immediately, the government of Guam would have identified a way to immediately proceed and address them and get it reconstructed. So that is I just encourage you. I mean, I know it's a sidebar here as opposed to the adoption of the right-of-way, Mr. Perez, but for some odd reason, when it comes to some projects that are impacting the South, and I appreciate what you've had to do. You've had to provide or go through the process of creating a rights-of-way manual. You had to go through the process of adopting your territorial plan for the highways. But in the same token, to me, I think that was a project that should have been rolling along on its own, so that in fact, by now, 2.5 years ago, that project not only would be under construction, but would have been completed in a few months. That is a concern that I have, and there's no sense in turning the clock back, but moving ahead and trying to address that. And the reason why I bring that up, Mr. Chairman, because I look at this map, and there are a number of outstanding issues relating to existing roadways. Now the government is coming before the legislative body, and Mr. Perez and Mr. Chairman, I believe both of you already know and understand my position on this particular measure. But the government is coming before us to try to acquire the rights-of-way manual or adopt the rights-of-way manual, when in fact there's still some existing outstanding properties that have yet to be finalized and closed for perhaps the past 10, 15, 20 years. So how would this document and the territorial master plan, how would those two documents assist the department and the government of Guam in expediting some of these processes? Because the reality is something has got to be done in terms of, if this is going to enhance the process, then by all means, I will continue to stand and support measures like this. But if it's going to create another level of further consideration and not result in a bridge that has some serious issues in terms of private property, but I know that in some cases the government has stepped in for emergency purpose or whatever the case may be, and has condemned properties, going through the proper process, identified resources, compensated the family, and in this case, 2.5 years, I just haven't seen it done as it applies to this. So that's perhaps one of the questions I'd like to ask in terms of how can the adoption of this rights-of-way manual result in, or will it even result in the eventual closure of some of these outstanding issues? Because you're talking about a good portion of these outstanding issues dealing with Guam's roadways located in the south.
Okay. First, what triggered this rights-of-way manual, Senator, was really two roads in the central part, and that's Route 33, which is otherwise known as Roy T. Damian Street. The other one was the Hamburger Highway, which is between Harmon McDonald's and Tamuning Old Burger King. So those two triggered us to, when we asked the question of Federal Highway, can we improve these roads because they're highly trafficked areas, they're highly congested, it's a major part of our GTP, and they gave us an ultimatum. The Federal Highway gave us an ultimatum. The only way we can use federal funds to acquire the rights-of-way required for this thing and to do the improvement is you need a rights-of-way manual. So that triggered everything. Again, in parallel, we were doing the Belay and Pico bridges. Unbeknownst to us at the time when we did the emergency, we did not know almost immediately that we had rights-of-way. It was only when we were doing the emergency reconstruct, at the same time we were doing the verification, and we found out now the meets and bounds. So, how this manual would help us is all it's really going to do for us in terms of funding is it opens up the door for eligibility for federal dollars. That's all it does. In terms of DPW, it gave us this magical one-stop Bible that we don't have to look at the AG or the court or the GURA or all these things. We just have one magical document that, you know, anybody that comes into DPW at any given time, they read this manual, they'll know what the procedures is. So those are the only two reasons that we really need this ratified, and only that. Now, how do we get all these right-of-way issues that are out there resolved? if the local government gives us money to acquire it, on the spot, we will be on it. I think there was an effort, like I mentioned, with Senator Nelson, former Senator Nelson. He had this measure, they appropriate so much and it wasn't enough. There's even, from what I understand, there's still some checks with the court that people have yet to pick up for the taking. So that's one. The others, if you give us appropriation, dollars and force us, once we do this GIS system and we give you the actual land takings that are required for all these right-of-way issues listed here, then definitely you give us that authorization with that GIS and the funding. We will do it on the spot, and we don't even need to look at this rights-of-way manual. In other words, I don't need this rights-of-way manual to do what you just asked me to do. I just need money and authorization. The manual, again, is to be eligible for federal dollars to purchase land and for DPW to have a one-stop Bible to follow.
So what I'm hearing from you, Mr. Paris, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, is that based on the eventual, should it acquire sufficient votes, based on the eventual adoption of this rights-of-way manual, that those two bridges could conceivably be eligible for federal funds?
Yes, absolutely.
Because one of the questions that was asked during the consideration, the public hearing on this measure, was whether in fact the federal government would allow for the use of federal funds when in fact there remain outstanding issues as it applies to that property. And the response during that public hearing was no. These issues have to be resolved first before the federal government can consent to the use of federal funds for outstanding issues.
Yeah.
Now, I'm hearing something different from your statement.
And let me
now
clarify the representations.
Please.
Retroactive compensation is not something that the Federal Highway will sanction. However, prospective acquisition and compensation thereof is an eligible activity, and they will participate when there's a need to do the improvement based on the priority of our 2030 Guam Transition Plan, and that is to take care first of those segments that are safety or hazard elimination related first. That's so there's at least 3 different conditions of how we would fix a roadway in a given segment within the South or where the rights-of-way issues are, and the corresponding rights-of-way taking and compensation thereof on a prospective basis.
So based on the adoption of this, you should be able to resolve the Roy T. Damien Street issue, the McDonald's not the Happy Landing, the McDonald's crossroad over
Yes.
to Harmon.
Yes.
And then possibly the 2 bridges.
Actually, first, the priority, the bridges first.
Mhm.
We're hitting, again, the number 1 priority is safety and hazard elimination. So we have areas that are eroding into the cliff. They have areas where there's what do you call it, the water, the ocean is actually eating away down south near Inarohan, across Inarohan Gefpagu. So there's a lot of areas that are more priority, Senator, that are more priority than the Hamburger Highway or the Roy T. Damian Street. But yes, we're really just trying to take care of preventing anybody from any fatalities from occurring because a bridge collapsed or a road fell off the cliff.
So based on your safety issue, federal funds could conceivably be provided for those 2
Absolutely,
bridges.
it will be once this is adopted, yes.
Has that request already been formally presented to the Federal Highway Administration?
Actually, we made the request first, and then they came back and said, show me the manual.
Okay, so there could be a light at the end of the tunnel for the people of Molesu and the South, that these 2 bridges could conceivably be resolved shortly after the adoption of the rights-of-way manual, because this is part of an overall presentation to the federal government to utilize federal funds.
Absolutely, sir.
Well, obviously, Mr. Chairman, I think that looking at it from that perspective, and I was in attendance at both of your public hearings for this particular measure. I did ask a number of questions during the discussions in Molesu and then also in Dedidu, and I feel comfortable that at least what DPW has presented before us, although there's always going to be issues about appraisal, there's always going to be issues about land compensation. Is it the appropriate compensation versus why is it that the government is going to issue an appraisal, and couldn't there be 2 or 3 measures? The private property owner, if they would like to question the value of the property, can go out and solicit theirs and then come up with a compromise. So I mean, there are different issues that could conceivably come up, as a result of the measure that's before us. But if in fact it's going to lead to some federal funds possibly being utilized to upgrade our roads, repair our bridges, and perhaps make my T100, 1995 T100 last for another 5 or 6 years, then that's certainly going to help me, and it's obviously going to result in good things for our people on our island. So is there any way you can expedite this process after the adoption of this, and so that you can get these projects going and spend your $140 million, because obviously 100 and
Yes, Senator, the design is happening as we speak, and it's a risk that we're taking right now by proceeding with this thing, but we feel very comfortable that the bridge has to be fixed. There's no ifs and or buts about it. This is not even an option. But more importantly, on your overall, I guess, concern, one thing that I would like to iterate with great emphasis on is that end of the day, every activity that this rights-of-way manual proceeds with, end of the day, the final approval lies with this body. There's a law out there that says every condemnation, eminent domain, land taking has to get the explicit approval from this body. What is this? So,
isn't there a statute that delegated that to the government of Guam, in this case vis-a-vis DPW?
The law is Public Law 29113. That's the Budget Act that requires that. There's a provision in there that says any land taking, anything, basically anything this rights-of-way manual done activity generates needs the explicit final approval by this body. So, I'm not sure if you have it. You can easily say no, vote it down, and it won't happen. So we're with you.
Is that a consideration on the part of the body where, in fact, we're given 90 days? I wasn't here on the 29th, so where the legislature is given 90 days for review and consideration and action, otherwise it's deemed approved? Or is it where every single condemnation has to come before this body and considered individually?
This statute, again, 29113, there's a section in there that explicitly states the legislature's explicit approval is required. It did not allow for that.
So basically, you're saying that this adoption of the rights of way would allow you to be eligible, the repair of the 2 bridges to be eligible for federal funds, but the end of the day, that presentation, the condemnation of the private property still has to come before this body.
Yes.
And then, so the federal granting of eligibility would still be subject to the legislature's approval.
Yes.
Of that condemnation.
In fact, what we'll be coming to you with is all the documents outlined in this rights-of-way manual, including the appraisals, the 2 appraisals, the surveys, the everything, and we're going to be coming to this body with a cover measure.
When do you anticipate presenting? I'll just close with this, Mr.
No, if I just make a clarification, what Director Perez is saying is that if they are not able to reach a mutual agreement with the landowner, and then they have to go in the eminent domain or land condemnation, then that first needs the approval of the legislature to condemn land.
Thank you.
So that's only if there's a roadblock in terms of the negotiations.
Mutual agreement.
Okay.
That's correct.
So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that clarification, because I think that's key. In this case, obviously with the bridges, hopefully the private landowners will be able to yield to the proposal that will be presented to the government of Guam, so that in fact we can get finally those 2 bridges completed, and then perhaps address some of the other funding issues as it applies to roadway improvements island-wide. So thank you. I think that's a major statement clarification that you just provided, Mr. Chairman, because in that case, then it does not every single land condemnation, only the ones where the government is not able to reach an agreement with the private landowners. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Larry.
Senator Pangilinan, did you want to continue on your questions? Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. It's Vice Speaker Cruz, and then I'll come back to you. Sure.
Just a quick one, Mr. Chairman. Mine is different from Speaker Pangilinan. I'm not concerned about whether or not you're going to, why you haven't done some of the expansions. My concern is that I'm hoping that this isn't going to be licensed for you guys to just run through the South and destroy the 2-lane highway system that we have in the South. Because I'm hoping that these right-of-ways aren't going to mean that you're going to bulldoze all the houses in Mauricio and Umatic down so that you can put a 3 or 4 lane highway through there. Is there any way that we can, in this, say that your TPI or whatever it is excludes that kind of expansion? And before we broke this afternoon, Mr. Perry was talking about expanding from 40 to 60 feet. I mean, some of those are going to get right into people's front doors. I was going to tease the last speaker that he couldn't speak because when they start expanding his front, they're going to take all the land in Elick in front of his house when they expand. And so he's getting federal funds for that condemnation. But as the chairman of tourism, Mr. Chairman, seriously, I just don't want to destroy the idyllic ambiance of this island by deciding, we have 160 million plus another 180 million or whatever, and we're going to start paving this island into 4 lanes everywhere. Part of the charm of this island is the 2-lane highway system that we have in the south, and I don't want this to be used as a means by which we're going to start taking people's front yards and getting 4-lane highways throughout the island. And I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
If I can offer some, yes, Vice Speaker, there are a lot of things that this body has actually done to protect the pristineness of the island. For example, the aquifer, I'm sure there's a statute out there that prohibits or limits certain activities. There's this thing coming down the pike about a red zone district type thing where you have these kind of stuff versus other areas. Even with the transportation network, we actually encourage those kind of things. I mean, when this body came up with this bicycle paths, we actually are incorporating in our Route 4 reconstruction, and going forward, we're going to be implementing a lot of these things. So if you want, you can actually, this body can also restrict, come up with a measure that actually restricts what will be permissible type activity or not. But we would appreciate maybe an opportunity to opine on that, because we want to make sure that when we build these roads, it includes drainage, stormwater drainage, and sometimes we need to do some land taking to get a ponding basin or some collector system. The bicycle path thing, if we have 2 lanes, which are normally it's anywhere from 9 to 11 feet wide lanes, on both sides, 22 feet wide. So we may want to have a center lane for turning radius and for safety, for signages, for sidewalks that are ADA compliant, and of course the appurtenances to take care of drainage and whatnot. So all the while, that is a very humbling and I guess good thing for the pristineness of our southern part of our island. There's got to be a balance between scientifically building this thing for the traversing public and making sure it's safe, but also not building these big concrete structures where it just takes away from the beauty of our island. So, that's certainly the policy call of this body, and we just like to participate in that discussion before the measure comes out, so we can, come up with a compromise. Thank you.
Also, I wanted to mention that in the 2030 GTP, and definitely not in the TTIP, there any project to widen the roads in the south, Route 2 or Route 4 through Umarak, Mauricio, Inrahan, to a 4-lane facility. And the main reason being because of the low traffic projections. So even in the 2030, we're anticipating that to still be a 2-lane road.
Thank you. Senator Pangilinan?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I do want to present a couple of amendments, and one of them is being copied right now, and it basically reiterates and reinforces that nothing in this plan, in this rights-of-way manual, in the TTIP, in the 2030 master plan, grants any authority for condemnation without legislative approval, and that's being copied right now. The other concern I have, of course, is the reference to Chamorro Land Trust properties in here. Mr. Perez mentioned that right now the Chamorro Land Trust, or at least that they've talked about land exchanges with DPW or land management for rights of ways, and there's nothing in the statute that allows those kind of things. Yet, if I made a note on it, that you mentioned something about, you know, if you're talking to Chamorro Land Trust properties, that you're talking about land exchanges for roads, and there's nothing in the Chamorro Land Trust. So I think that for the purpose of taking inventory of property out of the Chamorro Land Trust for whatever purpose, I don't believe that that should be done without without legislative approval. And I just want to ask one question, and then I have an amendment referencing that, and that is, if we remove the, because you're never going to acquire title anyway to the property for Chamorro Land Trust under any conceived scenario, in my opinion, with regards to for the needs of the roads. And as a matter of fact, in a couple of this, again, like I said, for example, they talked about the improvements and only giving credit for the improvement and not for the property. So I want to remove any reference at all to allowing the Chamorro Land Trust property in consultation with DPW to turn over properties for any purpose under this rights of way manual. I just don't think that I want to approve that at this time. So I want to delete any references at all to Chamorro Land Trust properties in this rights of way manual.
Senator, may I ask that maybe before we go into the amendments, I would like to ask that we'll go ahead and we'll get any questions that we have clarified. Then we'll rise out of the committee, and then at that time, we can go ahead and conduct that discussion on the amendments amongst us, since we won't.
No, but you can't rise and make amendments. You got to make amendments while we're in the committee of the whole still.
Okay, all right.
So, I mean, we could go with all the questions and then come back for the amendments. That's fine with me.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
okay.
so let's go
we
ahead.
have to do it in the committee of the whole.
Yeah.
Okay.
The bill has to be amended in the committee of the whole.
Okay,
And
all right.
Can I make a comment? As far as DPW is concerned, we support, I guess, what the former speaker suggested. We don't have a problem with that. It doesn't impact our right-of-way manual and the intents behind it whatsoever. But I do want to share that we're going through the iterations of the Village Street Master Plan, and we're working with the Chamorro Land Trust Commission to work out those easements and include them in improvements. So if in fact the latter suggestion by the former speaker is made, we will be forced to take away all those easements or those improvements to those easements for Chamorro Land Trust from our master plan. I just want to clearly make sure that's represented, that we can do that and we don't have a problem with it. But that just means that we will not be proceeding with the Village Street Master Plan improvements, at least the Chamorro Land Trust portions of it in our master plan. We'll take that out immediately, so we don't create conflict, if you will. Okay.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying you can't use federal dollars to improve that. I'm saying that you can't use this manual to take property out of the Chamorro Land Trust as a condition of improving those roads. I just ask, again, I don't, if you're telling me now you're not going to have, that if we remove these references to the acquisition of properties and the dealing of the properties between the Chamorro Land Trust Board and DPW, that disqualifies those roads for funding for improvement?
And, please, excuse me, I think there's something in there that says that any transfer or acquisition of lands from the Chamorro Land Trust requires Chamorro Land Trust approval anyway. But taking Chamorro Land Trust, just removing any references to Chamorro Land Trust lands, overall, I'm not sure that it would really, I think that would be okay. I don't think it impacts the final intent, because if Chamorro Land Trust lands are needed, then at that time, on a case-by-case basis, we're going to come back here anyway.
Yes.
And then you can look at it then.
Right.
So just trying to think big picture, I think
That's why I'm saying
I
there-
think it would be okay.
You're kind of like threatening here that if we do that, then you're going to take them off your village street improvement plans and no federal dollars can be spent on them. Oh, so,
No, Senator, if I may, I think when mention was made earlier about pulling off projects that had right-of-way issues, it was pulled off so that then they can work on other projects that did not have issues associated with it, because they didn't have the funds necessary to address the right-of-way issues.
no, I just thought Larry said that when he said he has no problem with removing it, and you would go ahead and take it out of your 2030 master plan? Didn't you just say that?
No, not the 2030 master plan. It's always the 2030 master plan.
Or
is-
the village street plan?
Yeah, the village street.
So you would take these Chamorro Land Trust right-of-ways, roadways, and yank them out of the
No.
village street plan so they couldn't qualify for federal funding?
No,
No?
if you look at just the context of the Village Street Master Plan, there is a priority in the Village Street Master Plan in terms of safety and hazard elimination, in terms of capital stock improvements, and then within just those two, we broke it up even into those that do have definitive rights of way and those that have questionable rights of way. When we start introducing components that convolute or somewhat complex the right-of-way acquisition, we will proceed with the safety and hazard elimination and construct of roadways in Chamorro Land Trust properties where there is no right-of-way issue.
Right.
We own it already. The Chamorro Land Trust has given it to us to use it. Now,
How many of those are there?
I don't, there's 19 villages. I'm not sure where their inventory is at, but I can pull out those Chamorro Land Trust properties or roadways that were being proposed by Chamorro Land Trust. I don't know right off the bat, Senator.
And they just gave it to you?
No, they didn't give it. These are roads that they're asking for us to do improvement of.
Right.
And once we identified the funding and we have the proper authorizations, we then go back to them and say, based on the priority of the safety and the density that we're serving, that these are the roads that we're going to put in the front burner, and we need your explicit approval to proceed.
Okay.
That's how we would. We're an applicant before the Chamorro Land Trust Commission.
Okay. And it would not, again, it would not preclude federal dollars from being used to improve those roads.
No, it would not.
In which these,
No, it would
the
not.
subdivision includes the reservation of easements and public rights of ways.
That's correct. You're correct. Okay.
Senator Tenorio?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to follow up on that and then ask another related question to the ARA funds. The follow-up is that we have a long-term plan here, 2030 transportation plan, and so, improvements of the village streets and improvements of the major highways, et cetera, is cast in such a long window so that we can forecast some of the issues that were just talked about. For example, if the Chamorro Land Trust property borders a road which needs improvement, whether it be in the village or the main thoroughfares, then you can come back to this legislature if this amendment is moved and passed and ask that there be a sliver of that property, if there is in fact Chamorro Land Trust property affected on one side or the other, that a sliver of it can be relinquished to and for the purposes of improving the road for the accomplishment of the plan, correct?
That's correct, Senator.
All right. Then the other second question is ARA funding. I've been told that there's a number of different ARA funding that is available, and of course, there may be, at the end of it, there's an obligation to the governments above and beyond just the initial outlay of certain monies. Is there a long-term commitment to this ARA funding?
No, there's two sets of ARA funding that we received. One is for a formula grant, meaning one times your expenditure of 2008 is what you will get for 2009 appropriation. The second group is we apply and compete with a discretionary $1.5 billion discretionary fund with Secretary LaHood and the Undersecretary of Transportation. We applied for, DPW has applied for about $74 million. And when we get those funds, it's all about delivering projects that have cleared NEPA, are shovel ready, do not have rights of way issues, and will be completed within the next 2.5 years. That's the only requirement. In that whole duration, we are required to do monthly and quarterly reportings, different levels, to those bodies to assure that we're spending it properly and there's no questionable activity, and that it has to demonstrate that it's improving different modes of transportation in terms of air, land, sea, in terms of creating jobs and so forth. So those requirements we have to report out on a monthly and quarterly basis. But after the project is constructed and fully implemented, there is no further obligation thereafter.
So there's no financial or programmatic responsibilities to the government in 2-3 years after all these ARA funds are expended, which don't entail federal funding?
Well, there's always one catch-all for every federal funds, is that they will build it and you will maintain it.
Of course.
So, without saying that, there is no other requirement other than for us to maintain the roadway that they just built for us.
All right. And I wanted to be clear what you said earlier with regards to a response that was posed about the prioritization of Mauricio and the bridges that are down there. As I understood it, those are two of the top, if not the top, they're one, two, or three in the prioritization, because the people in the south have been waiting for that for a long time.
Yes, three of them are bridges. There's Bilay, Pigua, and Ilik.
Okay.
3 top bridges.
And those are the top 3.
Actually, they're all 1A, 1B, 1C. They're all number 1.
Okay. Okay, so when that happens, are there any Chamorro Land Trust properties adjacent to those? Any of those bridges was to be a problem?
Not that I know right off the bat. Senator, I need to touch base with Chamorro Land Trust Commission and actually with our Village Street Master Plan, and we'll extract those Chamorro Land Trust related, and I can share that with you.
Yeah, but to your knowledge, that those 3, 1A, 1B, and 1C, don't have any Chamorro Land Trust related properties which will be impeded by this amendment?
Not that I know of.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Spaldon? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Larry, going back to the whole Chamorro Land Trust issue, somewhere in there you stated that, I guess, the projects will be determined by the density that you would need to address, or something to do with the density of the population. Can you just kind of clarify that?
Yeah, one of the scientific measurements for vetting out, which is priority number 1 versus 2 and 3, is, we have to build a road that's going to serve somebody. If we build a road and there's nobody living in the area, that's not sufficient justification for expending the money. So we tend to take care of all those safety and hazard elimination where the current driving public traverses so nobody gets hurt. The next level is where there's high traffic densities, where a major development comes up and the requirement is such that we need 4 lanes instead of 2 lanes. Then we start those studies. There's actual studies for that, traffic counts that are taken that will determine whether or not we need to widen that road. And it's there where we do that improvement. So in the case of the Chamorro Land Trust, it operates more on the basis, again, this is my personal thing, on the basis of build it and they will come, as opposed to they're already out there and the road is bad. So for us to help justify that, and maybe this is a thought process we can deal with, is the utility companies, if you're the only home in a long stretch of road, the only applicant, you upfront the major infrastructure, and as more subscribers get on board, you get credited for it, right? Mm-hmm. Well, if the Chamorro Land Trust is operating on the same basis of on the opposite basis that we want to build it and they will come, as opposed to we will provide it for you upfront, you pay for everything, and then you get credit later. If you reverse that, what's going to happen is we can leverage the power, water, wastewater, telephone cable, their same tariff rates, coupled with affronting the roadway structure, and we can actually leverage all those potential revenues with the actual affronting of monies by federal highway, and we can actually get these roads built, and then they will come, and eventually the credits will start coming. So I just want to share that with the case of Chamorro Land Trust roadways, we put that in the overall scheme of all the road requests made by the mayors and the Chamorro Land Trust and anybody that comes to our public hearings. And then we go out there and we do a study. and we ascertain the need in terms of the priority for safety, hazard elimination, capital stock improvements, and so forth. And just from my read of our standard, it looks like Chamorro Land Trust properties will not be in the number one priority, but rather on the lower end of the scheme, and that's just because that's our formula. But there's nothing that precludes us from bringing that to the front burner, because we're going to come back before this body to get the authorization for funding, and the priority is going to be recommended by us, but this body can actually, hopefully not completely invert the priority if that's what your policy call is going to be. But yeah, I just want to make mention that it's normally based on density. Normally.
Right. I mean, and then actually you got to the very core of my concern, because it would seem to me that if it was based upon density, that Chamorro Land Trust roads would be at the bottom of the totem pole, so to speak, and our local families who have been waiting to build on the property will not have access, at least not through roads that are drivable. But now you're telling me that there is that potential to be able to move them up, and there is possibility that we could fund these roads onto Chamorro Land Trust using federal dollars. Is that correct?
Yeah, there was a work session, if you will, with our speaker, Wampat, to talk about all that. And if we were going to build a roadway, that's the opportune time to create a utility corridor, where you will drop in all the power, water, wastewater, telephone cable facilities, and basically build the roads and all this infrastructure for the Chamorro Land Trust Commission, I guess, membership or applicants to actually have all these facilities. It's just a matter of leveraging all the different utilities and the federal highway funding, which with the passage of this thing will allow us to make it eligible, and just make it happen for the Chamorro Land Trust Commission subscribers.
So basically they're not being precluded from participating in the expenditure of any federal funds just because they might not meet the density requirement.
First, the safety and hazard elimination requirements, then the density requirements.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Senator Ruggan, and then Senator Tyree.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just one quick follow-up, because one thing that was brought to my attention was that there was a prior master plan that was developed previously by DPW that incorporated and looked at expanding the roadways going around the south to a minimum of 3, possibility of 4 lanes. Now, we have the Lazon landfill that is presently under construction, and obviously that's going to directly result in a tremendous increase in traffic flow going to that, at least as far as in Alahan. Now, my question is, what is the proposed expansion or upgrade of that strip? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but this, I think, deals directly with the issues that are pending, that deal with the south, and part of this roadway is reflective of outstanding issues. So what exactly is the master plan as it applies to the roadway down to Inalahan, and why is it that, because I'm on the impression that a prior plan had allowed for expansion to 3 to 4 roadways. Now, Miguel is stating that the south is only going to be confined to 2-lane roadway in terms of the overall upgrade. So that is my concern. First and foremost is the roadway leading to Lazon, and then the roundabout for the south.
Okay, the representations made by the receiver to the court and to a roundtable body here was that the maximum number of trucks that they anticipate traversing Route 4 at any given day was no more than 17 trucks in any given day. It's not the same kind of traffic that you're experiencing in Order Dump right now, where everybody and their grandma pretty much is going in there. We're talking about you have material recovery facilities out here. You have increased recycling. You have a lot of these curbside activities that reduces the amount of trash that actually goes down to the landfill. And only certain type trash will be allowed in the landfill. So they came up with, based on those stringent requirements, and they're going to be held to it, is that no more than 17 trucks will be traversing that roadway. So based on the size of the trucks, the axle loads, the radius of the turning radius for those vehicles, our engineers did an assessment of the current structure there, the Elig Bridge and all the roadways, and we've determined that their frequency, their axle loads, and the radius requirements only require that we do some specific upgrades to the current roadway, and that is Elig Bridge has to be reconstructed because it's already failing and it won't handle the axle loads. There's a turning pin, a roadway at the bottom of from Zonia going down towards Elig Bridge. Right at that turn, it's not the radius is too tight for those equipment to turn, so they're going to have to widen that a little bit and maybe do some pavement marker adjustments. And then there's going to be some repairs, reinforcement on culverts and road improvements, minor widening down along that area where we do own the rights of way. So at this juncture, for this requirement for the landfill, we already have a bid out. We're in the process of awarding the contract for building out those requirements to comply with the consent decree, the receiver requirements, and that traffic load of an additional 17 loads per day. So we don't see the density requirements to widen it.
So your 2030 master plan still retains a 2-lane highway going all the way down to Lazon, despite the realities that this community in about 4 or 5 years will have anywhere from 25 to 45,000 additional residents. Granted, most of them are going to be residing in the north, but over time, we're going to see the transition in terms of expanding the location of the residential area. So it's kind of interesting to see that 20 years down the road, there's very limited anticipation of increased traffic flow that would require, at least within that 20-year master plan. I mean, we're not talking about a 5-year master plan or a 7-year master plan. We're talking about a 20-year master plan that at the end of that stretch, that there's no or limited consideration in terms of expanding the roadways to accommodate an increased residential area or commercial activity in the south. So that is a concern that I have as it relates to that. But obviously the master plan's done. So I had the opportunity through the public hearing process to be able to provide that input, but I wasn't familiar with the restrictions in terms of looking at the south. Now, so you're also re-emphasizing that everything beyond the Lazon landfill, a roundabout to Malesu and Umatak, that was my southern accent, Umatak, but from that particular roundabout, that would still be confined to a 2-lane roadway.
The traffic density for the south there's nothing dramatically that has been reported out, be it through sourcing all these documents out there, as well as the public hearing period, that shows that there's a need for any substantial widening of the roads in the south. What I do want to share with you is that our budget for just the military went from $4.5 billion estimate down to $1.5 billion. And how we made this drastic change was that the military, in commenting on our 2030 master plan, stated that we're going to take care of building inside our fence, and whatever they build, wherever these people stay, that's their business. So we went ahead and said, oh, that's fine. Okay, we'll upgrade all these roads, every road on this island, and your bill is $4.5 billion. And that sort of woke them up. And they said, why did you do this? Why are you giving us this bill? And we said, because you presume that the public is going to, or let's say your workforce and your support groups are going to stay outside the fence and disperse themselves throughout the entire community. So we had no choice based on that assumption that we're going to have to upgrade all the roads. Well, they said, oh, okay, no way. This is what we're going to do. We're going to force our workforce to stay in workforce housing areas, clusters, in certain areas, and only areas that are within close proximity to their facility, their military facility. So that narrowed it down to only the roads that these workforce housing areas have been designated. So now we're only talking about those roads immediately. So yes, we did take into account the military. We also have, one of the 4 is mass transit. We talked about building the Guam Regional Transit Authority. So if we have a very reliable transit system, we won't necessarily need to plan for everybody having a vehicle and transfer and not using the mass transit. We believe in that building, they will come, especially on mass transit, and especially if it's reliable. So that's one of the components why we didn't allocate more money for the primary routed roads, the $1.5 billion. because we put some money, more money into the mass transit component, build it right, and then more people will patronize it.
So your right-of-way proposal just from Zonia around to Maltak and then Hoggett is just to overlay the existing roadway? Not for expansion, but just an overlay?
We try and minimize, get it down to what we absolutely have to do, and to pointedly answer your question, yes, but there are some design criteria where when we do a reconstruction, we have to take care of the stormwater drainage. You know, not the years of past where we just pave it and let Tamariento one worry about their flooding. We have to take care of collecting the water and controlling it so that it minimizes flooding, actually eliminates flooding altogether. Especially down south, a lot of the roads were paved, but it didn't have all those appurtenances, didn't have drainage, and you know, so that's why we have a problem down there, a lot of flooding.
Okay, again, Mr. Chairman, I just had some concerns in terms of looking at the south and looking at the anticipated adjustment or increase in our entire island's population over the course of the next several years, and with an outlook of 20 plus years, find it extremely, extremely difficult to look at, even if it's at 2015 or 2017 or 2027, to look at an eventual expansion of the right-of-way access and the main roadways going around the south. So I just wanted to share that concern because I think that really should have been incorporated into the plan, although not necessarily for the military build-up, but ultimately for the community's master plan. But thank you very much for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And just one last comment on master plans. The 2010 master plan, which is a 20-year plan, I'm going to say it's a 20-year plan that was done about 15 years ago, was updated with a 2020 master plan about 5 years thereafter, and then now we're at the 5-year window where we're now updating the 2020 master plan to be the 2030 master plan. So pretty much every 5 years we revisit the 20-year plan, because you know I don't know if anybody in this room can predict beyond 5 years, but situations change. I mean, this military relocation, that's a major hit on the 2020 master plan. So there's no other ifs and or buts. We had to revisit that plan and see how this whole plays. So yeah, we do it every 5 years.
I understand. I mean, plans are meant to be dynamic in nature, so that in fact it's not superly imposed in the community for the next 20 years, and that there's always going to be review and updates. So I understand that particular component, but in light of everything that's happening or that's projected to happen just in the next 5 years, that's one of the I already shared my concerns with regards to the proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Rogan. Senator Taitigui, and then Senator Rector.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Larry and Sandra and Miguel, for sticking out this long with us and answering our questions. I thank you so much for being here. Larry, I do have a question, though. We received this on our desk. This is with regards to the U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Highway, this one here? Okay. I guess the first question is anything in this implemented into the manual? Is there a reason why you have this for us?
No, the document that you receive today is the formal approved territorial transportation improvement plan, which outlines all the projects that we plan to implement over the next 4 years, right?
And this manual is basically the guide.
There's some projects in here that require our acquisition of some properties using federal highway dollars. So because some of these projects may have to be put in abeyance or may have to be canceled because we don't have the rights of way, we decided to ask the question, what do we need to do to get federal highway to fund the acquisition of these properties so we can build it? And one of the single biggest requirements that they have is that we have an enacted rights of way manual. So this legislation, this Bill 207, and its accompanying rights of way manual is just merely that. We want to be able to have an enacted rights of way manual so that we can say, federal highway, we have the procedure, can we now get authorization to use your federal dollars to fund the acquisition?
Okay, I'm
Senator, just if I may, this also was provided in response to a question that was asked earlier as to what are these projects that's in the TTIP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I've gone through it, I'm looking at everything that has to do from bridges to reconstruction route, the the lighting areas with regards to street light, traffic management. And then I came upon one that just seemed to be out of sync. And that is the Guam Museum. That's located on page 8. And I'm curious, what does the Guam Museum have to do with rights of way?
In every program, there's certain monies that are allocated for what they call transportation enhancement activities. It's all part of the Safety Lou Highway Reauthorization Bill that allocates monies for air, land, sea, transportation, and all this other stuff called transportation enhancement. So we do this every so often. We would allocate so much money for like the Guam Museum. That's a great initiative. It's not for the complete construct of the Guam Museum. I think the Guam Museum is pegging about $18 million. But for our share, our contribution towards touting the story of how transportation has evolved in Guam from, the PROA and all that kind of stuff, that is our share to contribute. Albeit the Guam Museum Foundation is doing all its fundraising and all its activities to get funding to fund the lion's share of it all. So this is just I guess a token component of our overall Safety Lou transportation program, where we would allocate a certain percentage for that transportation enhancement activity.
Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, then Guam Museum should have something in there doing the history of transportation in the museum that's basically what it is, right? I mean, in order for them to get this type of money, they're going to have some kind of display in the museum talking about transportation on Guam.
Yes, and in fact, take a step further, absolutely, it requires that there's certain components that will be funded by the Guam by this funding, and everything else is funded by the Guam Museum. The other representation is that it's an allocation, proposed allocation, and they're required to do all the compliance to Brooks Act and Davis-Bacon Act and so forth to make sure that if they comply, they can get the funding. If they don't comply with it, then the funding becomes available for other projects.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, Senator Rector.
Thank you. I just had a little follow-up question on the line of questioning from the good senator from Jonia. You said that the military had agreed to keep their construction workers close to the construction sites. Did I hear you say that?
Yeah, yes, and I did say that, and further that they were required, because of their impact to outside community and the transportation environment, they represented that now they're going to force their contractors to assure that when they say build this hangar and build this activity, you shall be responsible to take care of your own housing facility, the care and upkeep of your workers in terms of where they stay, their entertainment, their transportation, and so forth. And that has to be defined in their contract. How they're gonna add, it's one of their selection criteria of how they're gonna decipher who gets a contract, if they're responsible enough to represent what they're gonna do, or how they're gonna minimize the impact to the community outside the fence.
Okay, so that makes sense. Do we have that in writing someplace?
We have a volume within the NEPA document, the EIS, DEIS that you guys have been talking over at least months past, that actually outlines all those modeling assumptions and all those what we consider an impact or not to our transportation network. In other words, it's our understanding going into this build-up that this is what's going to happen, and that's why we reduce the amount from 4.5 billion down to 1.5. If you deviate from that, then that just negates you're actually not following your representations in the EIS. So thus, there's a violation by the. Yes. So is that clear, sir?
Not really. Well, it is clear. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but the hard part for me is the devil's in the details. I mean, we hear all this stuff, and the military says, "Oh, we're going to do this, and we're going to do that, we're going to do this," but look, until I see it in writing, it's kind of really concerning for me if our plan now doesn't take into account the additional, I mean, if we've heard all kinds of numbers fly around, like 20,000 workers, 10,000 workers, with the Good Center Addis bill with only 5 in the back of a pickup truck, even though I did see one driving down the road the other day with 20 in the back.
Takes effect January 1st.
Oh, okay, there you go. I was about ready to get out my camera, I'm telling you, Joey. I was messing with the cell phone so I could take it real quick. But with 5 to a pickup, right? I mean, you can do the math. What's 10,000 divided by 5? That's a whole heck of a lot of extra pickups and vehicles on our road.
Yeah, and yes, and you're right. The devil is in the detail, and when that DEIS is released, we will have our detailed review, and more specifically on the transportation component, where we're going to assure that everything that we've represented and they've represented are reflected in that document, because once that rod is issued, that is the almighty Bible whereby this build-up will be allowed to happen.
So doesn't it give you any concern on this? I mean, you're the expert on the ground. You've spent a lot of time on this transportation plan. But what if it comes back and we look at it and, like, I mean, we know how you do these things. You say, well, we'll try to have it, and we'll encourage, and we will give preferential bidding award to somebody that can house their workers as close as within 2 miles of the construction site or whatever. Like I said, the devil's in the details. You know, shall and should. So that one word change can make like you said, a $3 million difference, right? In your master plan. I mean, what do we have in terms of contingencies in this? I mean, because it seems like a huge difference for me. I mean, if they can build barracks cheaper, I don't know, in Talafofo than they can anywhere else, and then they're shipping all these workers, the 10,000, divided by 5, all those extra vehicles on our road every day, wouldn't that dramatically change what you're going to have to do in the next 5 years?
Yes, we're monitoring it actually on a weekly basis, and we're having weekly dialogue with the military and NEPA folks and NAFAC PAC and JIGPO. We have weekly meetings to vet out a lot of these activities, and we were part of that defense authorization bill, and I think this week we're going to be having next week we're going to be having a NEPA 101 for everybody and anybody that in our DPW, to make sure that we clearly understand the process, the expectation, and then when the documents are released the following week, we actually will read page for page and assure that. What I do want to share with you is that we from the onset always believed that the NEPA document was the most important document ever for this build-up, and we've been following suit with that, and we've made threats, off-the-record threats.
They're on the record now.
Well, like I said, it's off the record, and I'll stay off the record. But the bottom line is they also recognize that they can't just come here and build and expect that the transportation network will be ready for them. A simple threat. You have an axle load that's 80,000 pounds. 25,000 pounds. That bridge fails. Not only did Guam economy stop, but you just stop your process because you can't move your goods. So, there was a day of reckoning, but we've crossed that bridge many months back, and we're now very professionally and cordially discussing what has to happen, who shares this and who shares that. So, those dialogues are very, very proactive. And yes, when we read that DEIS, we're going to read it with a fine-tooth comb and make sure that our devil in the detail interests are in there.
Okay, then in this case, my concern is there's potential for huge change, as you just said. I mean, because we have to read the document. Now, is there any reason why we should pass this now prior to reading that document and finding out what their proposals are going to be? Because it seems to me that's going to have a massive effect on us, and you might have to come back to us again.
Well, a very simple answer. If there's going to be a need to do any widening of roads because of this military buildup and taking, what better way than to say, well, if you're going to do land taking outside the fence, there is a law that says this is the procedure. And guess what? At the end of the day, who do you think is the last approving authority? If that's not enough reason for you guys to endorse this rights-of-way manual, then I don't know what is. But a lot of the things that we're working with Senator Ada on is in fact, a very pointed statement that General Bice shared with in his presentations was, whatever contractor does work for us, whatever they do outside the fence, they have to comply with the laws of the land. So we've been working with Senator Ada on Bill 168, on axle loads, type of traffic, hours of operation, even land taking. If there's a land taking by the military outside the fence, guess what? This rights-of-way manual clearly says the final say has to come from this body. So I think this bill, this measure, is good for this body to assure that this buildup is not going to run amok, but rather you have some say in it.
I appreciate that, but that maybe I didn't state my question clear enough. The question was, and I understand that if we want to have some sort of manual in place, so if there is land taking, but there's not going to be any land taking until the EIS and the ROD, I take it, is approved, correct?
That's correct.
So in that case,
Let me just correct that, Senator. There is some right-of-way acquisition requirements. For example, the two bridges in Maritzo, for example.
right, I understand. No, I understand that. What I'm talking about is basically we've got a 45-day window to look at this EIS, right? Is that correct?
Longer.
Give or take.
There's an extension.
90 days, so we got an extension. So my question is, why wouldn't we want to at least look at that first? And so we make sure that whatever we put forth here is covered in any contingencies that they put in the EIS. I mean, is there any reason why we absolutely need to pass this before we even see the EIS?
Just that there's, again, this should have happened many decades back, but notwithstanding.
Right.
There are some projects in the TTIP that are in abeyance right now. We can't really move forward, especially like the senator mentioned, those bridges. Those are the ones that we can really implement because we don't have any funding unless local funds can be appropriated. But we would prefer that we can adopt this thing, and later
I understand that, but if you could answer the question on it,
for transportation reasons, we can wait till the DEIS is read and understood. But in the same breath, I say the DEIS is not necessary. You may provide comment, but it's not necessary that they will implement the comment. So
I understand.
So I think we would prefer that the body maybe reflects and thinks of what other things he would want to include in here. If it wants to call it a build-up rights-of-way manual, if that's what your main focus is, then you may want to reflect on that. But we're kind of like, we have some projects that we want to implement now. And if you can do that, amend it later. You've passed bills, and a month or 2 months later, you can amend it to include something else. If you can do that, I'm just asking because we need this manual for other projects to move forward.
All right, if I could just...
Senator, time's up. I'll go ahead and recognize, and then we can go around again, another round.
I just walked in and I thought I heard Larry says that the good thing about this manual is that if the military has to acquire land outside the fence, that this manual will require them to come down here?
No. Well,
I thought he said that.
No, I think what he indicated
was
that it's still, the process in here still recognizes the fact that any land condemnation, even in fact in that chapter, whatever that eminent domain law is, it does say in there that if the U.S. Congress appropriates funds for a condemnation of land, it still needs the concurrence of the Guam Legislature. I believe that's that section whatever it is.
And would they be governed by this manual?
Well, this manual is really the procedures manual, but what's going to govern is this section 15105 of 21 GCA, chapter 15. And basically it says that the power of eminent domain may also be exercised by the government of Guam upon authorization and appropriation of funds by the Congress. And an appropriation by Congress of the United States for a specific public use and corresponding authorization by the Guam Legislature. So the way I interpret this particular section of 21 GCA is that the legislature, first of all, must be the one to opine on whether condemnation is for public use, and then also it has to basically give its, I guess, be in concurrence if the federal government was to come out to condemn land.
But the condemnation of land by the United States federal government for properties outside the fence has nothing to do with this manual. Is that correct?
Well, for transportation-related purposes, the way I understand the procedure is that if there's a road that needs to be improved, that's that's a defense access road, and it's for defense purposes, that's outside the fence, it has to go through its sister agency, the Federal Highway Administration, who will then implement it through the Department of Public Works. And as a government entity, our procedure for land takings shall be by this rights-of-way manual and the laws of the land here.
Yeah, but
So-
I don't want the Department of Public Works taking land from the people of Guam on behalf of the federal government.
No, but
that's
that
not what we're
decision
saying.
is
It's-
not made by DPW. Any
He just said-
no, Senator.
Well, he just said it flows that way.
Well,
it goes that way, and then it goes to Federal Highway, and Federal Highway then tells DPW to take the land.
But Senator, at the end of the day, the approval for any condemnation must come from this body.
Right.
And that's what this Guam law says. So whether it was articulated, however it was I understand. Huh?
Right. This is when we're condemning property by the government of Guam, correct? Right. But the statement Larry made was that if the federal government was going to take the property outside the fence,
If the federal government were to take property outside the fence, they have their own procedures to use. However, having a rights-of-way manual that can give them guidance and something that they can look at and stop and get pause, that's what we refer to. If the federal government decided that, we need something, I think and we have nothing in place for them to refer to, then they'll just do their own thing because Guam would not have any procedures in place. When there are procedures in place, the federal government, through federal highways, does give, they will look at how the business is conducted here and what the procedures are here. I think it's probably more dangerous to have nothing than to have something.
yeah, but again, I don't think our local government, I certainly don't want our local government to be an agent of the federal government in the taking of land for the benefit of the federal government.
And I don't think that's what this rights-of-way manual does. These are just procedures. If the federal government needs land for whatever reason, it has its own ways. If it decides to, come to this body and ask if it could do that, either through the federal highways or through DPW, then, I would think that that's preferable to just, an outright taking without any kind of consultation with the government of Guam. Again, at the end of the day, we'll all be back here anyhow. So that safeguard continues to remain regardless. There wouldn't be a taking unless this legislature says so. That's what our law says.
For the government of Guam,
Actually, our law says if Congress has exercised eminent domain, then it can be taken upon concurrence.
By the government of Guam, may be exercised by the government of Guam upon authorization and appropriation by the Guam Legislature for payment of just compensation. Such power shall be exercised by the governor of Guam. And then it says the power of eminent domain may be exercised by the government of Guam upon authorization and appropriation of funds by the Congress of the United States for public use within Guam. See, this is for a taking by the government of Guam.
Yes,
This
you're
is
right.
this has nothing to do with taking by the federal government.
Yes, you're correct on that. And,
Okay. Yeah. So
Senator, also I'd like just to stress the difference between acquisition and forceful taking. If we have the right-of-way manual in place, that would be the guidance for federal government to follow, which says, please, not please, but first, you should approach the owner and make an offer for fair market value on amicable terms. Only when that fails, then the condemnation proceeding applies. And before you're able to go to the court, the request for the condemnation needs to go through this body, the legislature, for approval. At that point, you would have the opportunity to say, DPW, you're not authorized to serve as an agent of the federal government for condemnation. And then the federal government, if so desired, they can, follow their own procedure, but DPW would not be an agent at that point.
So I don't want, when it's kind of a little bit scary to me when you're citing this, because now we're going to have the federal government said, I'm giving you $50 million for defense access roads, and these are the roads I want. Here, you go get them, And I just don't want that to be the case. I don't care, that the federal government should never be able to use the local government for that purpose of acquiring these roads for their use, because they're funding it. We're now required to go and take it from our own people if it's for their use and for their needs. And so I want to be very, very clear on that this, because I still may vote for this, there's hope, but I don't want it to be such that if I do that, then this can be used now by the federal government to tell us, here's the money, you guys go take the property from your people because we need it for our military buildup. I don't want that at all to be in any way a policy statement coming from this body and from the government of Guam that we will become, for the federal government. And so I wanted to make that distinction and make that clear because of the statement that was being made.
Senator, that certainly is a very excellent point, and thank you for making that.
One other question. On this, the T-tip. Now, the approval of the T-tip is by the DPW director.
After the public hearings.
How did that occur? Again, I just wanted to be clear. Is that because that authorization is in the 2030 master plan, or that authorization is in the Code of Federal Register, that authorization is in the money we receive from federal highway funds? Where did the director of the Department of Public Works get the authority to be the sole determiner of the adoption of the T-tip?
Okay. The T-tip was never a DPW requirement. It was more so the Federal Highway Administration's way of allocating funds that's associated with its Highway Authorization Act. They require that we program on a prospective basis what projects we would like to see happen, and it has to be projects that are part of some overall plan, be it a 2010, 2020, or 2030 master plan. And are projects that have been represented in a public forum for the community to review, opine, and even possibly make adjustments to. And based on us carrying out those requirements, it is then when the Director of Public Works can actually submit to their office that territorial transportation improvement plan. It is not a master plan, it's merely an outlining, and
It's the prioritization of the expenditure of the money for the first 4 years of the
Right, it's-
20. Right. So my question is, like George Bomba can sign these OEA grants because the governor said, I don't want to sign them, you can sign them. How did Federal Highway say only the Director of Public Works can sign pursuant to the grants and the money that we give you? We only want the Director of Public Works to be the signator on this T-tip priority listing. We don't want the governor, we don't want the legislature. Is it there? Is it in the 2030 master plan? What's the citation in which that?
There are three documents out there that we constantly refer to I guess identify and put credence to this authorization. One is there's of course the 20-year master plans from years past, be it the 2010, 2020, or 2030. The other is which is it goes through its proper adjudication process, and as long as we pull from those projects, those are sanctioned activities by the territory. The other is that there's a CFRs, the relevant CFRs. When the highway authorization bill was passed, the safety law, there's an actual reporting requirement that was generated that required that for purposes of the federal government's interests, that this document has to be created, and it requires a DOT director to sign off on this thing.
So in all the states, in all the different states and territories that qualify for territorial highway fund grants,
for state grants, yeah.
Only their Director of Public Works or Director of Transportation, only he also signs off on his T-tips?
I cannot speak on behalf of the other DOTs on a national basis, but that's the guidance we're given by the Federal Highway Administration.
Can you give us that CFR citation?
Sure. Miguel, I think you quoted that CFR earlier.
On the T-tip authorization that only the Director of Public Works.
It will be 23 CFR, and I'm looking for the exact quote.
Yeah. And there's a third document. It's a stewardship agreement that's signed by and between the Federal Highway Administration and the executive, or to say the governor, that basically outlines what our requirements are in terms of expectations from the Federal Highway Administration and expectation of the state government in the course of implementing this territorial highway program. So those three documents, Senator, are what's our guiding, I guess, instruments. But I can safely say there's not a specific statute or citation that says the Director of Public Works is the almighty single person that can make this decision. Certainly, for example, bicycle paths, I mean, these things that this body passes, it becomes embedded into our procedure. So, remember, we've only been in federal highway program for, at least say for the last 2 decades. The first go around, we received 3 million. It went to 7 million, 13 million, and now we're up to 20 million. So I would say we're at the infancy stages, and we've not really ironed that out. But normally, what federal highway requires of us is what they require of state governments and state DOTs nationwide. So we'll try and find it, Senator, and help you with that.
Okay. Senator Rick, gentlemen, if there's, and ladies, we've got 5 o'clock now. If there's, what I would like to do is complete the questions this evening that the panel can respond to, and then tomorrow when we come back, it will then be for the purposes of making amendments to the bill. Then we will rise out of committee and continue on with the process. Senator Respicio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick follow-up to some of the things that were discussed by the former speaker from Barrigada. You know, that statute you cited was a statute that was recently amended in previous legislature recently, because we discovered that we've always had existed in our statutes a provision that says as soon as Congress provides for an appropriation for public condemnation through eminent domain, that the legislature shall deem that approved. But what we did is we amended that to say that it shall not move forward unless approved by the Guam legislature. Talking to the legal counsel, she seems to think that that's just for condemnation processes through the government of Guam and not outright condemnations initiated by the federal government. And Attorney, you've alluded to that as well.
Yes, after looking at it closely, I would agree with that.
Because right now, before the statute was amended, we could have had a situation where the governor of Guam goes to Congress, lobbies Congress to provide for a congressional to condemn certain governor of Guam property or private property without the people of Guam's involvement in that process by way of this legislature. Is there anything you can think of that, I guess we can't do anything locally unless we change our political status, right? I mean,
Yeah,
do you...
I don't know.
But this manual, like the former speaker, Senator Pangilinan said, this manual won't let the DPW now be an agent for the federal government.
No, I don't think it makes DPW an agent of the federal government at all. I think this is for DPW and the government of Guam's use. That's the intention, that this will be used by the government of Guam. Now, the federal government, of course, is free to look at it and hopefully follow it and use our procedures. But I can't speak as to what they would ultimately do.
What rights do you think we'll have as a governor of Guam if there is a federal condemnation process, let's say for this road that they talked about to connect one base at one end of the island to the other base at the other end? If it's a federal condemnation, we basically have no say, right?
I really don't know what the procedures are for federal condemnation, so I'm not able to speak on that.
Do you think this statute that was amended will at least give us some sense of intervention by saying, hey, this is a condemnation, it's an appropriation made by Congress, that this local statute requires approval of the legislature?
I certainly think it would give them pause.
Mhm.
I think it's something that they would have to at least take a look at. What ultimately will be done, I think we would just be speculating. But again, at this point, there is nothing to stop them from just coming in. I mean, nothing at all. So I think having some sort of procedures in place will, at the very minimum, provide some sort of guidance and at least some guiding policy for them to look at and to take into account before proceeding further.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, can I also suggest that maybe we have some pause here, and if there are no other senators who would like to ask questions of the panel, there's been a request by some members that we take some pause and spend a day or so reviewing the existing bill. And if we rise from the committee of the whole, suspending discussions, we can always take the matter up in the second reading file, but maybe go to another bill so that we try to exhaust as many bills as we can in this current session.
So we won't rise out of...
We could suspend discussion and rise so that we can go to another bill, but this will give some senators some opportunity to review the bill as we address other bills, and it also give legal counsel some opportunity to review the bill to make sure there's consistencies. In some areas, we're saying notwithstanding other provision of law, then the other areas we're citing those laws, and I think to give each of us some sense of comfort, we need a, but I don't recess and stop. There's, in fairness to other members and other bills before the body in the second reading file, I think that I could offer that as a proposal.
Okay. Senator Blas, did you have a point to make regarding what Senator Respicio?
Yeah, of course, giving every senator an opportunity to ask all the questions they have, but that would be my recommendation on how to proceed after they've exhausted all their questions.
And that sounds reasonable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And been spending most of the day just listening intently as to the discussions that are going here. And I must admit, one of the things that perked my interest was, and going along with the good senator from Kenyatta's concerns, Larry, you did make there was a suggestion that there was a discussion, and now that the military is going to force its contractors basically to have its housing as nearby to the construction project as possible, therefore reducing the effect that it's going to have on the roadways. Am I correct? Is that?
Probably more appropriately, that as part of their contract for their activities inside the base,
yeah,
that whatever workforce they need to do the build was inside the base, they would have to take care of all their housing, medical, food, transportation requirements, and force them to be in a cluster area, most probably in close proximity to the work area. So that was a statement made by General Baez, and that was the basis for how we reduce our budget. Our budget allocation required of the military for their share in building up our roadways. So that's how we reduce it from 4.5 billion to 1.5 billion.
Okay. Therein lies my concern, because on Guam, anywhere is relative. And I'm afraid that you've got an individual that's making some of these policy decisions in Virginia, who's used to traversing, who's used to traveling, 15, 20 miles a day just to get to their job site. And using that same analogy on Guam, whereas 15, 20 miles from a work site could mean Marisu to Nictams. And there's no guarantee, and if I remember correctly, in the way the answer you gave to Senator Rector was, there was nothing in writing with regards to, it was just a conversation of a desire for JIGPO to do this, or this is what they're...
Actually, sir, there's modeling documentations that we have going by in between the military folks and us. Those are weekly meetings, and we even have it reflected in the DEIS, the volume that's associated with transportation. So there is written document with those representations made by the military.
And this is under the assumption that the bulk of your workforce is going to be H2, right?
No, that we didn't take that into consideration. We were more concerned about what is the workforce requirement, not necessarily what type of workforce, but more so that wherever your workforce is going to be for the build-up. There's two parts. There's the build-up and the sustainable future. We were addressing the build-up, the construction workers, the influx, and that could be a combination of H2 and or national.
Yeah, exactly my point. I mean, I can understand with regards to building a workforce and a built facility to be able to house workers and maybe provide an incentive for these workers to stay in this workforce housing area. But there's really nothing to stop them from being able to live elsewhere. Am I correct?
Yes, you're correct, especially the small subcontractor work. Yeah.
Sure. And this small subcontractor here and that small subcontractor there will build up, will add up. And would everybody racing north from south, there would be that impact.
Yes.
Okay. And so, well, understandably, these are just all discussions, there's nothing in writing, but is it going to be the position of the government of Guam to say, okay, well, we'll cut what our costs are going to be based on your promise to do this? Or are we going to hold their feet to the fire and show us how it's going to be practically done? Because I don't see how it's going to be practically done. Again, I appreciate, the stance that you've taken with regards to, look, if anything happens in our roadways, it not just snarls up our traffic, but it also causes a delay in yours, in your work. And so, I guess, Larry, my concern here is based on the presentation and the discussions. I would prefer that we don't take a solid stance and firm position that this is all we're going to need because of these reductions based on your promise. As opposed to you provide us proof of this, your promise and proof of this promise, and then we can consider this as opposed to accepting it. See what I'm getting at? And,
Yes, sir.
It's because I don't want to get, caught holding the short end of the stick here. And then we realize that, we've concentrated all in this area, then all of a sudden we find that it's got impact all the way around. I think I'm preaching to the choir when I tell you that, when you look at the traffic now as it exists, the traffic patterns as it exists right now, there's only 3 major ways to be able to get out of the most populated village of the island and go south. You got Route 1, Route 16, and Route 15. If one of those 3, was to go down, the impact that it'll have on it. That said, a significant increase in the population and then traversing at that same time when the traffic patterns are at its heaviest is going to cause major problems. So I would just prefer, based on all the discussions, that we don't take a position yet. I mean, I can see where the Senator Rector is going. Is this necessary right now until we figure out what these plans are? It's like the cart before the horse here, and I'm still trying to figure this out here. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blas. I'm going to go ahead and get ready to call a recess, but I'm based upon the recommendation that was made that we will suspend discussion to allow the members additional time to review the bill. And then we will return at a later time, but then also during that suspension of discussions, we will go back to second reading to continue then discussions on the other bills that are in second reading. Is that correct there, Senator Spicio? Right? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to, on behalf of the legislature, thank the panel for spending the day with us. And so the motion is that we suspend discussion on this bill, which would have met some of the concerns raised by some senators to address this bill in the committee of the whole, to suspend discussion, then to rise on the committee, from the committee of the whole, would put us in the second reading file, and to pick up, to recess tomorrow at
No, we
9.
can't rise yet, right? Because we can only make amendments while we're in the...
But my amendment was to rise and then to pass this bill on file so we can continue discussion on other bills in the second reading file, and that we can always make amendments to this bill while we're on the second reading also.
Oh, see, that's why I was asking for clarification earlier, that we can only make amendments when in the committee of the whole.
Oh, these are...
That's the only time. And then once we rise, there's no more amendments to the bill. right? I had asked that earlier. So,
Well, procedurally, you can do both things, but we'll go with suspending discussion on this because the motion then will be to suspend.
well, whichever is appropriate. I mean, I think we're finished with a phase of posing questions and getting it clarified by the panel. Now the next step is to start making amendments. If we can rise and do that, then fine. But if we have to make the amendments,
Can I get a point of order, Mr. Chairman?
okay.
We could do one of two things. We could rise from the, suspend discussion and rise from the committee of the whole with a recommendation to not do anything but leave the bill in the second reading file. And then when we get to the second reading file, we can either resolve back in the committee of the whole to make amendments, or we could just address the bill in the second reading file and make amendments there. So we could do one of two things. It'd just be up to the pleasure of the body.
Okay, well.
So can I get a minute recess?
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, we have some consensus. So my motion then would be to suspend discussion on this bill, to rise from the committee of the whole with a recommendation to continue to address this bill on the second reading file. And then when we get to the second reading file, to pass this bill on file and go to the next bill, and the Speaker will make that determination when she reconvenes us tomorrow at 9 a.m.
And when we get back to it in second reading, to be able to make the necessary.
And amendments to this bill will be made while we're in the second reading file.
Okay, so move.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Okay. We will recess until 9 tomorrow morning.